never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has dismissed a GOP proposal linking Ukraine aid to border security.
A group of Senate Republicans released a proposal for border security that they want in exchange for Ukraine funding. And they know full well what they came up with is a total non-starter.
Speaking on the Senate floor, Schumer cautioned that Republican plan could impede the passage of funding for Ukraine's conflict with Russia. The proposal entails the construction of a border wall and the overhaul of asylum laws, including raising the threshold for asylum requests. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is willing to consider brief pauses in the ongoing conflict with Hamas, despite rejecting calls for a ceasefire. The Israeli-Hamas war, which began with Hamas's surprise attack on Israel October 7th, has resulted in over 11,000 casualties on both sides of the conflict. The White House is downplaying recent polls that indicate President Biden is behind Donald Trump in crucial battleground states.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre advising caution when interpreting the polls, suggesting they should be taken with a grain of salt.
Back in October of 22, there were multiple stories about how there was going to be a red wave, Democrats were going to be wiped out, and we're not talking about that.
According to a survey conducted by the New York Times and Siena College, Trump is leading Biden in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. I'm John Schaefer.
The actor strike may be ending soon as SAG and AFTRA and the studios have reportedly settled on AI usage terms. Negotiations have focused on AI likeness and revenue sharing. The final phase of discussions between lead negotiators and studios is scheduled for next Tuesday, potentially concluding the over 3-month strike. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The father of the man accused of killing 7 and injuring dozens at a 4th of July parade in Highland Park, Illinois last year has pleaded guilty to reckless conduct charges. Prosecutors say he was criminally reckless when signing his son Bobby Cremo's application for an Illinois firearm owner's identification card about 3 years prior to the massacre when he was underage. The suspect was 21 at the time of the shooting. About 12:35 earlier this afternoon, Baltimore police were involved in a shooting when they encountered a suspected armed individual on Brunswick Street. The person fled to Wilkins Avenue wielding a handgun with an extended magazine and pointed it at the officer during a confrontation.
At one point, the suspect turned and pointed his weapon towards the officers. Multiple officers opened fire, striking the individual.
He was transported to shock trauma and later died. Another officer, who was initially thought to have been shot but was not, was also taken to the hospital. A judge is giving prosecutors until next month to hand over DNA evidence in the Idaho student murder case. The judge set the deadline so he can determine what evidence is admissible. Brian Koberger is accused in the fatal stabbings of University of Idaho students last November. The Los Angeles Chargers are now 4-4 after their big win over the New York Jets on Monday Night Football. The Chargers defense racked up 8 sacks and forced 3 turnovers as LA cruised to a 27-6 win. The Jets had a 3-game winning streak snapped and fell to 4-4. Dave Collins, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Oh, is it that time again? Looky there. Looks like we hit the midnight hour in the Eastern time zones. Yeah, for somebody out there, it was midnight an hour ago. Hello, Pappy! Welcome in, welcome aboard. Yes, indeed. Let's kick it off here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. In the comfy confines of our secret bunker, with a clear sky, 51 degrees in southwest Ohio tonight, which is our home 20. But folks all around the country, welcome in, welcome aboard. From time zone to time zone, we will work you into a new day, which will be a Wednesday. Aye, that's right. Everybody's favorite hump day. Midway point for another week, which will be the 8th day of November. Which also means we close out Election Day. as far as I'm concerned, no big surprises in the state of Ohio. Some closely watched issues. Just based on what the national trends had been, I had a presumption that the abortion issue, the people would give it the green light, and indeed they did. There was a bigger question in my mind about the legalization of marijuana, because that was not the first time it's been on the ballot in the Buckeye State. Changing times, the voters give it the thumbs up. That is recreational marijuana. If memory serves, I do believe Ohio now becomes a 25th state. The trend continues to sweep the country. I'll give you more on the election results for 2023 coming up here. This is going to kind of set the stage, the platform for 2024. Meanwhile, around the country, not a whole lot of concerns as far as things to slow you down tonight. As far as precip is concerned, we do have a little sneaky system that's going to be later in the day, Wednesday into Thursday, maybe bring some accumulating snow to the northeast portions of the country. That's the system that tonight is kind of moving out of Canada along the northern tier of the country. Some decent snow coming down in northeastern portions of Minnesota. We do have some winter weather advisories in place, as this is going to sneak on over into north central Wisconsin and maybe portions of the UP of Michigan overnight tonight. Just a couple of inches, so that would slow things down a bit. Elsewhere around the country, the map is pretty blank. Now, we do have fog concerns once again tonight. Much as the case was 24 hours ago. Areas tonight a little further to the north, southern Nebraska, much of Kansas anticipating very dense fog overnight. Another area tonight, though, is going to be in the the Gulf Coast region, from southern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, the Florida Panhandle region. Yeah, right on the heels. When I first saw the headline, I thought is that an outdated story? A story of a deadly crash along I-10 in the super fog conditions. I said, that was a few weeks ago. No, this is kind of a deja vu. We saw a repeat of that on Tuesday morning. Super fog conditions. Fog combined with the smoke from a marsh fire, reducing visibility to near zero in some conditions. Several crashes again along I-10 in the New Orleans area. WDSU reports one person involved in a crash was transported to a hospital where they passed from their injuries. Several other were injured. Eastbound and westbound 10 was closed. There were reports of 10-mile backups in the area along 10 this past morning. And again, yes, what I thought was the initial headline. It was the super fog back on October 23rd. That was on 55 that led to 168 vehicles being involved in that massive crash. 7 fatalities, dozens others were injured there. So again, as we move through the overnight hours, just be aware in the deep south, and it's more than just the New Orleans area, the super fog. There is expected to be dense fog in a much broader area. Meanwhile, a sneaky wave of cold air, maybe just enough to set the stage for some snow, sleet, freezing rain for portions of New England and upstate New York as we head later into the day, Wednesday, overnight into Thursday. Of course, the push of cold air after really some beautiful autumn conditions. We saw 60s and 70s along the mid-Atlantic and southeastern New England this past day as people headed out to the polls. Now, a preliminary storm traveling eastward along the border between Canada and the U.S., that's going to send the colder air southward starting overnight, Tuesday night into Wednesday. The second storm travels a bit further to the south. That'll have some fresh, colder air accompanying it. And this storm's going to pack some wintry precip for part of the region anyway. Temperatures will dip below freezing across northern New York, central and northern western portions of New England overnight tonight. And you may just recover a few degrees for high temperatures later in the day Wednesday, then dropping off again Wednesday evening. That sets the stage for that mixed bag of precipitation Wednesday night into Thursday morning. It's not going to be a big snowmaker, just relatively small amounts of snow and ice. Now, for some of the lower elevations, this will be the first of the season. And even a light mixture of snow and ice can make for slippery travel conditions. The most likely locations where we'll see maybe a bit of a buildup of ice accruing. Trees, power lines, some roadways over the higher elevations of the Adirondacks, the Berkshires, the Green and White Mountains of Vermont and New Hampshire. Maybe a few inches of snow in the northern tier of Vermont, New Hampshire, and northwestern Maine. Meanwhile, further to the west, and we do see a few winter weather advisories or watches in place there in portions of Colorado. Now, this is as we head into later Wednesday into Thursday as well. The Denver area, no stranger to big fluctuations in temperature in short periods of time as they gear up for yet another accumulating snow. This is not going to be nothing compared to the 6 to 10 inches that we saw fall in the Denver area last week. But nonetheless, the warmth ahead of the snow, temperatures not that far from freezing, will tend to limit accumulations. Some of the snow melts as it lands in the falls in the urban areas, especially on the paved surfaces, downtown areas later on Wednesday afternoon. Just be advised, road conditions will range from wet to slushy, and in some cases, snow-covered, headed out of town onto the west into the foothills and south into the Palmer Divide Wednesday night. Snow this week likely to bring just a coating to maybe an inch across the metro area of Denver. No big deal. Maybe 3 to 6 inches a bit further to the west over the foothills, now 6 to 12 along the Front Range. Higher elevations are more likely to have the more widespread slushy and snow-covered roads. Due to the snow and the dipping temperatures, obviously travel on the ground and in the air. Air travelers passing through Denver International should anticipate some travel delays later Wednesday evening and into Thursday morning. But right behind that quick burst of snow, temperatures are going to recover right back into the 50s by Thursday afternoon, and probably going to be looking at temperatures back into the 60s by the time we get to Sunday. So this is the time of year you see those big fluctuations. Meanwhile, it's November, and technically, hurricane season continues till the end of November officially. AccuWeather has pretty much said, based on their forecasting models, hurricane season for the 2023 Atlantic season is over. Now, it's been, as far as the number of storms, well above the historical average. Although compared to some of the more recent hyperactive seasons, it's pretty much all been under the radar because most of these storms and hurricanes have remained over the open waters of the Atlantic. Just a few weeks left before the official close of the hurricane season. AccuWeather issued their critical update for the remainder of the season. But they did say of the 19 named storms this year, only 3 made landfall in the U.S. as bona fide tropical systems. We had Harold, the first to strike landfall in Padre Island, Texas. It was about a week later, Hurricane Idalia roared ashore in Florida as a powerful Category 4 hurricane, the strongest system to make landfall this season. Then we had Tropical Storm Ophelia, the third and final tropical system to directly impact the lower 48, landfall in North Carolina. That was back on September the 22nd. All right, I guess that would be good news, right? So welcome aboard. Our number is 844-844-3388. Good morning to Philly Dan from the city of brotherly love. Hello to Debbie, checking in from Montana, where they are talking a bit of snow in some areas to the valley floor, some colder temperatures. Check your route before traveling. Thanks for the heads up there, Debbie. Kevin, good morning. Steve, the overnight crew. It's going to be a great show tonight. Well, thank you. I hope we live up to the expectations there. Sergeant MacGyver is in Laurel, Montana tonight. 44 and clear skies. Safe travels to all who keep America rolling out there. All right, we go from Montana to New York. Good afternoon. Harriet, hammer down, says Larry, who is in Modena, New York tonight. Shorty, I-77 northbound in Mount Airy, North Carolina, as we are Columbus bound, 55 degrees. Hello, Captain Ron, checking in. Hey, Pappy. It is now after midnight. We moved the clocks back Saturday night. No cookie for you tonight. Everybody's kind of chuckling at Pappy. Had that Pappy right there he is. He said, well, what time is it? Hell, I don't know. Cancel all the SOS signals I put out for the whereabouts of one Mr. Summers in the Overnight Drive show. It's live, as usual, at the midnight hour, but not on Pappy's timeline. Yes, Ohio passed issue 1. I don't know, maybe the devil's lettuce took effect. Well, we've got 49 here in Harrison, Ohio, I think. Carry on, hold the course, hammer down, and be safe. Are you with me? Copy the mail, 5-7. Good to have you with us. Hello, Miss Millie. Good evening. Morning, Steve, and all the listening audience. A beautiful day and night here in my area of the Bluegrass State. It was, at least until the election results came in. And now the little dictator has the governor's seat once again. Yes, Bashir did indeed win re-election. The first Democrat to win back-to-back since 2011 in the Bluegrass State. Anyway, everybody stay careful, be safe, make it home to your family, be blessed. All right, lots to cover. We'll get to some of our other listening friends checking in here as we get it underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And there we've got Rock Pick on board. Good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers. Or maybe you're just a wise old night owl. Currently, Rochester International Airport, kind of an overcast night, 38 degrees. Thank you to Hot Shot Secret for making the overnight drive possible. And happy hump day for all you hard-working Americans. Yeah, I vote for every day to be Saturday. Everybody stay safe and enjoy. Yeah, everybody debates, what is the greatest day of the week? All right. Hello, Steve. Stevettes. Godspeed to you and your followers from John this morning. God bless the United States of America and the nation of Israel. All is well on the confluence of the I-80 at the I-5 there. Thank you much, John. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, kind of a clear, warm night. Buchanan, Virginia. I am definitely on the mend, feeling better. Good news. Everybody keep it shiny side up there. Glad to hear that. A little rainy in western Wisconsin, according to Dan at this hour. A couple of other who's chiming in there. There's Buckeye Boy. What's going on there in Ackworth, Georgia tonight? In the middle 50s. Got my load picked up that I forgot about. Going to have one of those other guys deliver in my truck. Then it's my load to California. I'll meet him at my parking lot, take off from there tomorrow afternoon. Got my groceries purchased, the suitcase packed. I got some of my Hot Shot Secret Anti-Gel and Hot Shot Secret Anti-Gel Emergency out of the stockpile. Looks like I'm going to run into some of that colder weather on my way across the left coast. I did stop over to see the grandkids, had a little dinner with them, the stepson and his wife. Everybody, have a great night. Be careful out there. Thank you so much. All right, Buckeye Boy, ready to make that cross-country journey from Georgia to the West Coast. Eskimo Mom, hello from my easy chair tonight at the Home 20. I did survive the Tuesday election. It turned out to be nearly a 15-hour day since I was a voting location manager for one of the town's precincts, and we had to finish setup before voting began. Had to run everything back to the Board of Elections after the polls closed at 7:30 this past evening. Yes, I'm a bit disappointed in the results of this past day. I was hoping more intelligent heads prevailed, but sadly, it was not meant to be in our current political environment. I'll be on vacation for the rest of this week, and I'll need to spend some time recovering here for the upcoming day. We've got cloudy skies, 47 degrees at the Home 20 tonight. All right, there you go. Yeah, in Kentucky, Andy Beshear, governor, successfully convinced voters in the deep Republican state to look past the foibles of the National Democrat Party and President Joe Biden and elect him for a second term. To my fellow Republicans, or Kentuckians, to my fellow Kentuckians, thank you, said Beshear. This is our chance to turn these 4 years of progress into decades of prosperity for your kids in mind. Let's make it happen together. So Andy, the first Democrat incumbent governor to win re-election in the state of Kentucky since 2011. That's when his father, no less, Steve Beshear, did the same. Andy defeating the Republican State Attorney General, Daniel Cameron, who actually had the backing of former President Donald Trump. Didn't take long after the polls closed. Newsmax declared Beshear the winner shortly before 8:30 this past evening, as 88% of the precincts were in. Beshear had a 53.1% vote compared to 46.9% for Cameron. Cameron did say, well, that didn't turn out exactly how I wanted it to, as he was on the stage downtown Louisville at the Marriott Hotel there where the Republicans held their election night party. Cameron did say he called Beshear before he took the stage to congratulate Andy Beshear on his re-election there. Meanwhile, in the state of Ohio, where Eskimo Mom was working one of the precincts there, Ohio voters approved the constitutional amendment to the state constitution that ensures access to abortions and other forms of reproductive health care, which is the latest victory for abortion rights supporters since the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade. Ohio now becomes the 7th state where voters have decided to protect abortion access after the landmark Supreme Court ruling, and was the only state to actually consider a statewide abortions right question this year. The outcome of the intense off-year election, this, as I mentioned, will be pretty much a bellwether for 2024, when the Democrats hope this issue will energize their voters to help Joe Biden keep the White House. Now, voters in Arizona, Missouri, elsewhere are expected to vote on similar protections in 2024. So Heather Williams is the interim president of the Democratic Legislative Campaign Committee, working with Democrats to state legislatures to get them elected, said this vote in favor of abortion rights was a huge victory. Ohio's resounding support reaffirms Democrat priorities and sends a strong message to the state Republicans that reproductive rights are non-negotiable. That was issue 1 in the state of Ohio, of course. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Lots to cover. We'll get to more on the election, more on the Middle East, plenty of industry headlines, all coming up.
USA News Update. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has dismissed a GOP proposal linking Ukraine aid to border security.
A group of Senate Republicans released a proposal for border security that they want in exchange for Ukraine funding. And they know full well what they came up with is a total non-starter.
Speaking on the Senate floor, Schumer cautioned that Republican plan could impede the passage of funding for Ukraine's conflict with Russia. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is willing to consider brief pauses in the ongoing conflict with Hamas, despite rejecting calls for a ceasefire. The Israeli-Hamas war, which began with Hamas's surprise attack on Israel October 7th, has resulted in over 11,000 casualties on both sides of the conflict. Starting at 5 a.m. with Lance Pry here on USA News, he'll have the election results. Dave Collins, USA News.
Non-attorney paid spokesperson. Could your house go into foreclosure? Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Does it seem like the bank has no interest in helping you save your home? And you feel like you have nowhere to turn for help? Then we have good news for you. Foreclosure Protection Services can help save your home as they specialize in foreclosure assistance. That's all they do. If you're behind on your mortgage payments, being threatened with foreclosure, have been denied a loan modification, or been the victim of a predatory loan, it's critical that you call Foreclosure Protection Services now at 800-500-2021. Their network of attorneys and their agents are available to speak to you now. If you're behind on your mortgage payments, Foreclosure Protection Services can help stop the foreclosure process. Call today before it's too late. New laws are in effect that may save your home. Call Foreclosure Protection Services now at 800-500-2021. 800-500-2021. That's 800-500-2021.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. As more results come in, wow. We pretty much should have seen the handwriting on the wall with the midterm elections in 22. Because it was between 2020 and 22 when the Supreme Court had, of course, overturned the Roe versus Wade, sending that issue back to a state's issue. As we heard in the news break, Karine Jean-Pierre speaking about pay no attention to the polls. Remember, we were all hearing about the red wave, a red tsunami in 22, did not come to fruition. And abortion was a key to that. And now we see even in the battleground state of Virginia, I guess they've just kind of finally concluded that things had been leaning toward Democrats taking control, complete control there. And, of course, abortion was one of the big issues. As the governor, if he were to gain Republican control, they were hoping to even maybe take the Senate back. To ban abortions after 15 weeks of pregnancy. Democrats were projected to take control of the state legislature after campaigning heavily on preserving access. Many of the Democrats on the ballot campaigned on the issue of abortion. And the headline from the Washington Post this morning, of course, right on the heels of the very conservative-leaning Ohio decisively passing the constitutional amendment in the state guaranteeing abortion access. Ruby Red Kentucky re-electing Democrat Governor Beshear, who aggressively attacked his opponent on supporting a near total ban on abortion. The results send a stark signal about enduring demands across the political spectrum to protect access to abortion. More than a year after the Roe versus Wade was overturned by the Supreme Court. Again, this is going to be the key as we head into 2024. Many Republicans are going to have to, I know we all have our moral boundaries, but there's more to the big picture. You got to kind of wake up to the changing political landscape. Heat Wave, what's going on?
Good morning, senor. Not a whole hell of a lot, just out here on the road. Well, I guess the Democrats don't care about the pain that they're inflicting upon a fetus. And a fetus feels pain. Have you seen the videos of an X-ray?
Yes.
I think it was an X-ray. Yeah, of the fetus being aborted and how it fought to keep from being aborted, but it was a lost cause. I mean, if they don't believe a fetus feels pain, we're I don't know, what other animal out there aborts a baby besides a lion that when he sniffs the kid and something don't smell right, he eats it. But I mean, other than that, what other animal does this? I mean, I'm sure my mother, when she was 16 and pregnant with me, I imagine she thought long and hard about it too, but, abortions were illegal, and being Catholic, I shouldn't say much about that, but I mean, had she gone ahead and aborted me illegally, I wouldn't be here. I'm sure some of your listeners would say that would have been great. But I mean, good night.
Well, we all know it's been a very divisive mission for our entire lives, literally from day one. I guess in the political spectrum, the resounding message we're hearing is women want the right to make their own decisions. They want to make their own choices. So, what can we say? It is what it is.
Yeah. Well, and that's what the Supreme Court did. It said it shouldn't be a federal level law. It ought to be decided by the states.
Yep.
And unfortunately, and I will come out and say it, the godless heathens that are Democrats voted to kill babies. I mean, and Bashir getting reelected, my goodness, we have forgotten what he did, what he ordered for those people that were in their cars at church listening. I mean, taking down license plate numbers, allegedly having tire spikes built and scattered along the parking lots. I mean, what more do these people, what more do they want?
Elections have consequences. Have we heard that before?
Yes, we have, and I tell you what, it's going to come around and bite us all in the behind, and then they're going to say, well, what happened? Well, I can tell you what happened. You just don't want to hear about it, but the devil's lettuce, I couldn't care less one way or the other. I'm not going to partake of it.
Sure.
But I mean, goodness. So anything else good come out of this election cycle? Or should I say, did anything good come out of this election cycle?
Based on the headlines, I mean, when you look at the headline, I think... Matt Drudge used to be a conservative. I don't know what happened to that guy, but the Drudge big red headline, Dems win again. MAGA election nightmares.
Well, it is. Whoa. Okay, hang on a second. I'm trying to make this turn here in the night. Good Lord. It's an intersection, no lights. Go figure. Oh, well, elections do have consequences, and unfortunately, we all are going to be feeling it for a long time. He is termed out after this next 4 years, though, right? This year?
I believe so, yes. Yep.
Well, I guess that's the only good thing about this is after the 4 years are up, it's going to take 8 years under red leadership to get rid of the screw-ups he done, maybe even longer. So, that Schumer, I'm wanting to call him something else. I think that the House Speaker did a good job of putting the Democrats on the spotlight with the tying in the border security with the Ukraine.
And that's another big headline. How can the Democrats with a straight face, come out and look the American people in the eye and say it is a non-starter. There's no way we're going to add border security, our own border security, to a bill that sends billions of dollars, billions more to Ukraine.
Yeah.
How can they say that?
I mean, good night. They're so damn worried about Ukraine. Exactly. We're preaching to the choir here, Senor. We need to get our voices heard around the world, or especially around the country. But, I mean, our southern border, I wake up every morning and say, thank God we didn't have a mushroom cloud over the Hacienda. As close to Albuquerque as we are, the only thing we have separating us from Albuquerque is the Sandia Mountains. But I'm sure that shockwave will go up and down the mountains just as well as water will. It scares me. It scares me. It scares my mother-in-law. She's 72 or 73 on oxygen, taking care of my nephews who are 18, and she's worried about them, and she wants to come over to our place there in my hacienda in case everything starts going south. And I'm thinking, well, you're 50 miles away, a mountaintop over. I really don't see how we're going to be any help, because we're going to be caught up in that wave as well.
Yeah.
If it happens. And tell you what, if I could get back in the military as old as I am and as out of shape as I am, I mean, they can work me back into shape. But I mean, we're in a world of hurt. We really are. I mean, we're fighting Russia by proxy via Ukraine. And then they said we're arming Taiwan to the teeth silently. It's like, well, there's a war there. And then with Hamas, I mean, they already want to destroy Israel, and then they're condemning us for supporting Israel.
Yeah.
But then we're also a house divided on that. So it really scares me, the way we are today. I mean, the liberals got their people in, and they are changing the minds of the young students. I mean, they don't have a clue what the real world is. They're getting spoon-fed BS from the professors and instructors, and they think that is, well, I shouldn't say the God's honest truth, but I mean, the government can't lie to you, can they? According to them, no. So, I mean, there's a whole bunch of college-educated idiots out there. And just because you have a degree don't mean you're smart. Just means you were good enough to get by in the classroom. Out here in the real world, where you actually were the metal meets the highway, rubber meets the highway, and School of Hard Knocks, this is where you get an education. So, anyways, well, I missed out on the weather. Anything coming across the Southwest?
I think you're in pretty good shape. Now, later, as we head toward the weekend, things are going to be kind of changing out west. They're talking maybe a pretty significant West Coast system. I'll break that down for you coming up here in a few minutes, all right? Yeah, but for the midweek here, you're in good shape. It is 844-844-3388. Legalized recreational marijuana was also on the ballot in Ohio. Now, that was issue 2, which now makes Ohio, okay, I thought it was 25th state. It's Ohio, the 24th state to allow adult cannabis use for non-medicinal purposes. The new law will allow adults 21 and over to buy and possess up to 2.5 ounces of cannabis and grow plants at home. A 10% tax will be imposed on purchases. The tax supposedly will go to administrative cost, addiction treatment, municipalities with dispensaries, and social equity and jobs programs supporting the cannabis industry itself. Obviously, this a blow to Republican lawmakers, Mike DeWine, and business and manufacturing organizations concerned about how this is going to impact the workplace and traffic safety in the state. Opponents also raised concerns about the tax structure, which earmarks none of the earnings for Ohio counties that administer social service programs directed to drug use, addiction, and other issues that could rise due to the passage of Issue 2. Now, for the coalition to regulate marijuana like alcohol, voter approved. This approval marks the culmination of a years-long fight to become law. As I mentioned, it wasn't the first time this has been on the ballot in the state of Ohio. Now, as a citizen-initiated statute, they say the law is not necessarily secure, as Republicans who remain opposed to it in the legislature can maybe tweak the law. They could technically even repeal the law, but that would be political suicide in this day and age. The idea, and this sort of thing has happened in places like California, where the people vote on an issue and the legislature overrules the people. That should be political suicide. And obviously, that would be. The political stakes are much higher now because the people, the voters, have approved it. Get back to your calls ahead at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to Bidu checking in here this morning. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Looks like he's waiting on loads back to Youngstown at this hour. Yeah, Shorty checked in earlier as he was rolling northbound on I-77. He chimed in a few minutes ago. Holy shish kebab. Me and another truck just about got took out. Me and the other truck are headed north on I-77 about the 100-mile marker. And here comes a car up the down ramp headed southbound on the northbound side. You know, we've seen those scenarios before, and more often than not, they do not end well. Hopefully, the individual behind the wheel was able to get off the road and get things turned around. Let's hope for the best there. Bourbon Street Gary, how we doing? Good morning, Steve. The Overnight Drive gang. Bourbon Street Gary is listening in. Everybody be safe. All right, looks like Gilligan will be checking in here. Dan is on board. How we been, Dan?
Well, I'm not really surprised, Steve. I'm not really, I'm not in a good mood, but I'm not surprised. I find that it's kind of ironic that the evil of first of all, we're sitting at a time where we don't even remember October the 7th, but when children had their heads cut off and atrocities committed, and infants, and I think one was extracted from the mother's womb. Isn't that correct? I believe one was and murdered. And so then we pass abortion. And just because we've made it legal doesn't, we one time said slavery was legal in this country. Doesn't mean that it's right.
Mm-hmm.
And I find it rather ironic that we're passing these marijuana laws at the same time that we're passing the right to take the life of a child. And as far as the marijuana goes, I guess if you're okay getting on the bus with the marijuana, how about your dentist? How about the doctor? How about the person that formulates the food or the drugs your drinks you take or the drugs you take, your pharmaceuticals? I mean, if you're okay with all that, and I'm saying, or drive the school bus, or drives the construction crane through your subdivision, if you're all right with that, then I guess it would be all right. It's insanity. We just got off of your age and my age. You've seen an anti-tobacco program since probably you were in grade school, if not before. And we've said that the evils of smoking are this or that and everything else. Now what are we doing? And I believe that. Now what are we doing? Well, we're getting right back into marijuana. We're getting into another product that I believe is designed to be smoked. And it's addiction. So I'm not really proud to be an American. I'm not. But I'm not surprised, because this abortion agenda, for people who, these large corporations, they're pushing it. They're pushing it. That's part of their political philosophy. And many people feel they've got to toe the line. I think the Democrats got a bright future. And surprisingly, I think even Biden might surprise people. So, I mean, people I think they keep thinking that, well, Biden is so bad, the Republicans will be able to win. Well, I'm not so sure of that, Steve. Mm-hmm. Based on these elections today.
Yep. And 2022. As I said, 2022 kind of that was the handwriting on the wall. Remember the red tsunami, the red wave that turned into the red trickle, and that was all due to the abortion issue.
Well, and the only state where the abortion issue is where they have restrictions on abortion where they should is where the Republican won tonight, and that's Mississippi. That's where they overturned the Dobbs decision. That's where it originated out of Jackson, Mississippi. And they reelected Governor Tate Reeves and majority of Republicans. So, and I know it's a big issue. My wife's from that state, and her family is very pro-life, as we are. So I mean, I'm not really surprised. I mean, I think people look at this. I was shocked initially when states like Kansas and Kentucky.
Right.
By the way, this guy Beshear, he's going to be running for Mitch McConnell's seat, in case you haven't figured that out. Or if not, for not higher office. But states like Kentucky and Kansas passed these amendments for abortion, enshrining abortion into their constitution. It shocked me then, but it doesn't shock me now.
Right.
And the same thing with Ohio. I'm really not that optimistic about 24. I thought there might be a little bit of a change, but I don't think people I think the economy does it. As long as people are working, they really don't care. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is like almost like, I don't know what you'd call it, like this is a right to vote, or this is a basic fundamental human right to take the life of my unborn child when I want and wherever I want.
Right. And that's and right there I got to get to my news break. I apologize. We'll return after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The Biden administration supports Israel's right to self-defense against Hamas, but is under increasing pressure to advocate for a ceasefire.
1,400 people slaughtered in their homes at a music festival. And when Hamas decided to conduct operations, it was with the intent of killing people.
National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby mentioned that President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have discussed temporary humanitarian pauses to allow aid into Gaza. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is willing to consider brief pauses in the ongoing conflict with Hamas, despite rejecting calls for a ceasefire. The Israel-Hamas war, which began with Hamas' surprise attack on Israel October 7th, has resulted in over 11,000 casualties on both sides of the conflict. Texas Senator Ted Cruz calling out election interference in support of presidential candidate Donald Trump. Lance Pry has more.
Presidential candidate Donald Trump gave testimony in his civil trial in Manhattan yesterday, alleging election interference. Texas Senator for 10 years, Republican Ted Cruz, weighed in on Fox News last night.
The unfairness of this proceeding is exactly right. Letitia James is a hardcore partisan. She campaigned saying, I'm going to get Donald Trump. I'm going to go after Donald Trump. This judge, by all appearances, is a hardcore partisan who hates Donald Trump. And we can anticipate he's going to rule against Trump. He doesn't like Trump. He wants to punish Trump.
Delaware U.S. Attorney David Weiss, heading the investigation into Hunter Biden's gun and tax case, says he has always had complete authority over the inquiry. During a closed-door session with the House Judiciary Committee on Tuesday, Weiss reportedly refuted Republican claims that he struck a favorable deal for the president's son under White House influence. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A 69-year-old Jewish man is dead after a head injury following an altercation at an Israel-Hamas war protest in Ventura County, California. The death followed a confrontation with a counter-protester as both pro-Israeli and pro-Palestinian demonstrations were held at the same location over the weekend. The medical examiner said that Paul Kessler's death was a homicide. Authorities have not ruled out the possibility it was a hate crime. Texas Senator Ted Cruz is calling out election interference in support of presidential candidate Donald Trump. Lance Pry has more.
Donald Trump gave testimony in his civil trial in Manhattan yesterday, alleging election interference. Texas Senator for 10 years, Republican Ted Cruz, weighed in on Fox News last night.
The unfairness of this proceeding is exactly right. Letitia James is a hardcore partisan. She campaigned saying, I'm going to get Donald Trump. I'm going to go after Donald Trump. This judge, by all appearances, is a hardcore partisan who hates Donald Trump. And we can anticipate he's going to rule against Trump. He doesn't like Trump. He wants to punish Trump.
Yesterday, a jury acquitted Nathan Woodyard on charges of reckless manslaughter and criminally negligent homicide in the second trial concerning the death of 23-year-old Elijah McClain following an altercation with Aurora, Colorado police. Woodyard put McClain in a chokehold. The defense argued that ketamine administered by the EMTs at night was responsible for McClain's death. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and a loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. All right, a new day, which would be a Wednesday coming on. And our number, 844-844-3388. I thought we were going to hear from the Carolina Monkey Gouger. I don't know if he had to hit the hay, but he dropped offline. Maybe he'll dial us back up. Well, Election Day did not go off flawlessly. There were some issues, oddly enough, in Pennsylvania, as Americans in several states went to the polls. There was a county in eastern PA reporting one of the most troubling issues anybody could worry about. A vote cast on whether to keep a sitting judge on the state's Superior Court apparently would be recorded for another judge on the ballot, according to the Allentown Morning Call. County officials opted to use provisional ballots briefly until a judge decided that the flipped votes could be taken into account in the post-election canvassing process. Officials in Northampton County, north of Philadelphia, posted a message about the problem. The problem affected judicial retention races on the court, which is one step below the state Supreme Court. On the ballot, Judges Jack Piniella, a Democrat, and Victor Stabile, a Republican. Northampton County said it appears that when a voter selects a yes or no for one of the candidates for retention to the Pennsylvania Superior Court, the selection is recorded on the paper ballot and on the machine for the other candidate. The Allentown Post stressed the judicial retention race was the only one where this issue arose, and the problem only appeared if the voter wished to retain one of the judges but not the other, stating that the issue is limited to the retention of Superior Court judges. All right, poll workers were instructed by text message to notify voters about the problem. According to the Lehigh Valley News, machines were taken offline. Voters received provisional ballots, they say, for about an hour once the Northampton County determined that the problem affected only that one race and that it was affecting that race on machines throughout the county. Poll workers were notified to restart the machines and notify voters of the problem. Now, according to the judge, the uniformity means that it can be corrected. When the votes are officially canvassed over the next several days, canvassers can assign votes for retention recorded on the voting machines, essentially reversing the flipped votes to reflect the intent of the voter. The chairman of the Northampton County Republican Committee said the party would appeal that decision. The county's Facebook page had actually limited the ability of users to comment on the post. At a time in this country, though, when election integrity is obviously in the national spotlight, this news immediately garnered attention on social media all over the country. We'll see how that unfolds. We're not supposed to see these things. Exactly what election fraud is the big question that comes to mind. Hey, I pushed this guy, but it's voted for that guy. How does that happen? All right, we'll await the answers. Gilligan, what's going on?
Oh, not much. Just driving down 220 eating Reezy Cup.
There you go.
Yeah, down here. I'm only about 10 minutes or so, about 12 miles from the entrance of Martinsville Speedway. You know, on my normal run down to Greensboro. Hey, Steve, I've got a report from GMA&B News. The sex maniac is on the job. Boy, I tell you what, it ain't no wonder them crazy reports were coming from Pappy. There, shortly after the show started, the bomb squad was spotted outside the Meijer. They pulled up into the fire lane, going blue and red lights flashing everywhere. Pappy jumped out of the driver's seat in a claw hammer tailcoat and a top hat. Rambler jumped out of the passenger seat, believe it or not, in a pink tutu.
Oh, boy.
They run into the Meijer, grabbed up a bunch of snacks, run out to the squad car, and right there stood Rambler out holding them chips up, yelling, "Praise God! Praise God!" They jumped in their squad car, took off, as sirens are blaring and lights are flashing. I'm telling you what, Pappy keeps this up, I'm afraid he's going to be an unemployed police officer. Man, they're all excited about that devil's lettuce being legalized in Ohio, I'm sure. Man, Pappy pestered me earlier and talked about hitting these balls, so they're getting a little crazy, so watch out there if you're over there in Hamilton County.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm glad to see our part-time guy out there in New Mexico is back to work. Don't he have one of them deals? He works 1 week, off a week, work a week, off a week, or something like that. And he does work. It's like 3 days a week. Old heat wave there.
Yeah, we didn't get an update. I know he was inquiring about a different gig. I didn't get a chance to get around to that.
Well, I'll be honest, Steve. I know Heatwave personally. You know that. And he told me, he says, the big thing is the money is not there with this gig. It's the travel time.
Right,
like
right.
250 miles away.
Right. I mean, like a 500-mile round trip just to go to work.
Yeah. Well, I mean, weeks that they don't run, he's still got to go down there. And I understand the expense of that. That it's like, we've been dragging him a little bit this bit. Yeah, you work 1 day and still get paid for a full week's pay. Yeah, and I understand. I mean, I took a 25% pay cut. It'd be hard on me too. I understand that. All of us it would.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure we could adjust as he's adjusted, but it would be hard to do. But anyway. Well, I'm going to pick up where I left off, get back on the serious side here. What I started to talk to you at the end of the show last night, run out of time. I understand that. It's not a problem. I kind of figured when you brought me on late, I wouldn't get through what I wanted. On Saturday, I attended a funeral of a very dear friend. I have made several friends out of this group, and your listeners, and they know the situation. My neighbor I got to know about 6 years ago, not long after I moved in, bought the house I'm living in now. And we didn't know each other per se before I moved in up there. But we knew of each other, if that makes sense.
Right.
And we got to know each other, got to be really close friends. He was actually childhood friends of my father, which I didn't know too well. Dad and Mom divorced when I was 6, and stuff. I got to know him later in life, but, and unfortunately he succumbed to his heart issues, and he had fluid problems and that sort of thing 2 weeks ago now, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken. I tell you, it's a very somber feeling, I mean, we helped him some there last fall, winter, and into the early summer, went down and tried to look after him and stuff. So you really had gotten close to him.
Right.
I tell you, I did something Saturday I've never done in my life. I actually spoke at his funeral. And it was unscripted. I went up, and even though I was feeling pretty rough, I still felt obligated to go. And I even wore a mask. It's something I rarely ever do, but I wanted to try to protect the people around me, and that's one reason why I think I had a little bit of a relapse over the weekend, because I exposed myself back to them germs, And, but I tell you, his mom was actually my second grade teacher, and I went to the cemetery and visited her grave. I'd never been to her grave. She died some years ago and stuff. But tell you what, that'll touch you right there, especially if I've never been in the health field in any way, shape, or form. Closest thing I've come to that, I've made deliveries to nursing homes. And one of the last times I was at a nursing home, actually, there was a gentleman sitting there in a wheelchair. He had World War II veteran had one. This has been close 10 years ago. Well, at least 8 years ago, because I just started with Averett. And he kept saying he had to go to work because he had to provide for his wife and kids. Here's this man about 90 years old, and before dementia had took his mind that far. World War II vet, you've got to admire the man greatly, and the pain of that is just almost unbearable. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I'm sure I know we've all experienced such things. But anyway, I'm going to get off here, and I appreciate you listening to my story, and Hope everybody has a safe night.
All right. Thank you much. Enjoy those Reese cups, right? 17 past the hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Let me flip over to prices at the pump. Looks like fuel prices pretty much across the board down over the past week, according to ProMiles. Saw an 8-cent drop in the national average. It's pretty big. So the national average down to $4.39 per gallon. Regional averages also down. 14-cent drop in the Rocky Mountain region. The California region down 11 cents. The Midwest also saw a double-digit decline of 10 cents a gallon. The other regions declining just under 10 cents were the West Coast without California, at, again, just under 10 cents per gallon. Cheapest diesel limit in the country along the Gulf Coast, where it is $4.04 per gallon. If the trend continues away, we might actually see diesel along the Gulf Coast under the $4 per gallon mark by next week. Big differentials around the country. You look at the Atlantic coast. You start in New England at $4.49 a gallon. The Central Atlantic at $4.61, and you get just down to the Lower Atlantic at $4.15 per gallon. Big differences there. $4.33 the average in the Midwest. The West Coast still at $5.42. California back below the $6 per gallon mark, just barely, $5.96 per gallon. But that was after an 11-cent drop in California over the past week. Got a heads up from one of our listening friends, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Drivers traveling between Davenport and Iowa City over the next several weeks, just a heads up, be aware that the westbound I-80 Wilton Rest area is going to be temporarily closed. They've got nearby construction on the Sugar Creek Bridge, the west area on westbound 80. Milepost 270 will be closed starting the evening, this Sunday evening, November the 12th. From the Iowa DOT update, it's expected to remain closed through Friday, December the 8th. Weather permitting, they'll get all that work taken care of, but several weeks westbound I-80, the rest area there. If that's one of your frequent stops, find an alternate. And it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back to the calls momentarily. From CDL Life, we also got an update this past day. I remember sharing the case of a missing truck driver over the summer. This was out of Maryland back in June. Truck driver missing was unfortunately found deceased in a wooded area by a fellow truck driver. This week, Maryland State Police confirming that the Pennsylvania-based truck driver, 42-year-old Jason Pearson, was found here a few weeks ago. Last seen alive about midnight, June 13th of this year, at the Smithfield Food Distribution Center in Northeast Maryland. Is actually waiting to pick up a load of refrigerated food items. His truck was later found at the Smithfield facility with his cell phone, truck keys, wallet, bank cards, all in the truck. According to the Cecil Whig, about 9:30, October 23rd, a truck driver walked into a wooded area near Smithfield Foods to relieve himself and discovered the body. Family was contacted about a week later after the body was positively identified. Now, they did do a search of the Smithfield Foods property back on June the 14th, shortly after he was reported missing. But they say the heavy foliage, summertime, may have prevented the search parties from discovering the body. I'm thinking maybe they should have brought in, I don't know, one of the canines. Surely he would have found him, but they do say foul play is not suspected. An autopsy is being performed and toxicology results are pending. Prayers for the family there. Good morning, Eagle. Welcome aboard.
Yeah, before I get started on what I will talk about tonight, Steve, which is Donald Trump case in Manhattan and this saga that's going on in Israel, I want to talk about something. I understood. I listened to the podcast today because I didn't get to listen to the whole show. And I understand that the guy, a minister, called in last night. I heard him call in last night. And things that he had to say. Like I said, like I told you before, Steve, people, your biggest haters are the ones that tune in every night. You could best believe that minister got his radio, TV, or whatever, however the hell he listened to you. He's the first one. When you come on the air at 12 o'clock midnight, I guarantee you he's the first one to tune into your show because that's what losers do. So just keep on listening in, minister. Just keep on listening in, my man. And hopefully if you listen long enough, your man Joe Biden will be on his way out the door and we'll get a real president in 2024. So you just keep listening for that to happen since you want to listen to stuff. Now, let me say this right quick, Steve, because every time I see this situation with Donald Trump, I get more and more aggravated and pissed off at this judge, this loser that's in Manhattan. Now he's threatening to put Donald Trump in jail. He's telling Donald Trump that he can't voice his opinion and his lawyer can't voice her opinion. And he's threatening to incarcerate Donald Trump. This is totally ridiculous. What this guy is already. I don't know if you've seen the interview with his lawyer, this female. She came out of the courtroom mad as hell yesterday and today, and she basically said what anybody with a brain in their head could figure out, Steve, that they've already got Donald Trump guilty before there's even a trial. There's no way in hell that Donald Trump is not going to be found guilty of fraud in New York and Manhattan. You can best believe that. That judge has already formed his opinion, and he's just going through the formality. He's just doing that just to make it look like he's giving Donald Trump a trial. But you can better believe he's already made up his mind. And that Letitia James, she's already made up her mind. She ran on her deal to get in the office, Steve. She said that she wanted to take Donald Trump out. That was one of the main reasons why she tried to get into politics. So it's obvious what's going down with Donald Trump. And it's definitely impeding Donald Trump, Steve. But like I say, the numbers, they still claim from what the numbers are saying, which I think is bogus. I warn your callers to listen to me again, Steve. Do not listen to these fake bogus polls that they're coming out with. You mean to tell me they continue to say that Donald Trump is running at 51% and Joe Biden is running at 48%? You mean to tell me that Joe Biden is running at 48%, Steve, when he got a border wide open, when he got the economy sky-high food prices, gas prices, when he's got the U.S. on the verge of World War III, and you mean to tell me that 48% of this country is still talking about voting for Joe Biden? I don't think so, my man. Like I said, those are bogus polls. The polls should probably read more like 80-20%. That's probably what it is. Joe Biden is not even campaigning, Steve. Joe Biden, he can't campaign. He can't hold a rally. He can't, because nobody wouldn't show up. He can't hold a rally. He can't even last 10 or 15 minutes when he holds his so-called press conferences about things going on in the world. This guy here is a complete embarrassment. So like I told the people, do not fall for these polls, because I promise you, Joe Biden does not have 48% of the United States following him. And like I asked you last week, I want to know who these people are, because I don't talk to them. I want to know who this 48% of the USA that supports this individual. They need to speak up. They need to show their face, because I don't see it. Now, let's move on to this other situation.
Yeah, hold that thought, Eagle, because that's a good place to, as we shift gears. That 48% would be those like Minister or Douglas there, and where's he at? North Carolina, South Carolina. They're out there. Believe me. We'll get a news break and return.
USA News Update. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has dismissed the GOP proposal linking Ukraine aid to border security.
A group of Senate Republicans released a proposal for border security that they want in exchange for Ukraine funding. And they know full well what they came up with is a total non-starter.
The White House is downplaying recent polls that indicate President Biden is behind Donald Trump in crucial battleground states. According to a survey conducted by the New York Times and Siena College, Trump is leading Biden in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. Some Disney theme park guests find the wait for popular rides, which can exceed 90 minutes, too long. Reports on social media, corroborated by a book by ex-Disney custodians, claim that some guests resort to defecating while in line. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, Senior Heatwave had asked about any incoming weather in his part of the country out west. You saw a lot of rain in the Northwest last week. Oregon, Washington, Northern California. Got a bit of a reprieve to the rain and mountain snow right now. It's going to be a rather brief stretch of dry weather with another potent cold front expected to begin moving inland on Thursday. As that approaches the West Coast, Washington, Oregon, Wednesday night into Thursday, the winds are going to pick up. Boaters, particularly inexperienced mariners, those operating the smaller vessels, being urged, take caution as the winds are going to be 30, 40 miles per hour. Wave swells will reach hazardous levels. So the rain begins in the Northwest and continues much further south this time around. So next week, more chances of rain and mountain snow sweep across the West. This time potentially reaching much further south than the more recent storms. So you got a few days away. Going to see a big southward plunge in the jet stream, bringing in rounds of heavy rain, California, Nevada, Utah. In addition to the Pacific Northwest, this southward pattern shift may bring an opportunity for the first big storm of the season across much of California. It's still several days away, but there's growing concern for copious amounts of rain, gusty winds, and heavy mountain snow that may arrive in full force next week. Heavy rain, high winds along the central and northern coast of California. Could be some rain and winds even in southern California. Heavy snow. We're talking probably going to be measured in feet in portions of the Sierras. All right, I'm kind of looking ahead at the jet stream. Looks like some of that rain's going to reach central and western portions of New Mexico there. The jet kind of coming way down in Southern California towards San Diego, then sweeping back to the north right through central portions of New Mexico there. So probably going to see some rain, not nearly as much as they're going to see on the West Coast, but I think you could probably use a little bit of that rain about now. All right, Eagle, welcome back. Thanks for hanging in there.
Okay, Steve. Hey, man, before I get back to the Hamas, I'm gonna ask you a question, and maybe some of your listeners a question that maybe they can call in, Pappy or Monkey Gouge or somebody will call in later tonight. But listen, Steve, what do you think we go? Okay, do you realize, Steve, that it's November right now, and this time next year we will be close to the most important election in the history of the United States of America 12 months from now. What do you think? What are we going to be talking about next November? What are we going to be talking about now? Are we going to be talking about Joe Biden? Or are we going to be talking about Donald Trump going into the White House for 4 years? I can't wait I can't wait to see what transpires the next 10 to 11 months. What the hell are we going to be talking about next November come election? If there is an election, it may not even be no damn elections. If the Democrats have something to do, they might cancel the whole thing out. I don't put nothing past these people at this point, Steve. We may not even have an election in America. It would not shock me whatsoever. But let me ask you this. This is the question that I want to ask you, Steve. And I already know you know the answer because you say that you answer this question night after night. Now we already know that Hamas and Iran, the guy over there in Iran, is saying death to America. He's already made that real clear that he don't like the United States and he don't like nobody. He don't like Christians and he don't like Israel either. Okay, he's made that real clear. Now, apparently Joe Biden doesn't seem to get the same message. Apparently he's not on the same wavelength with this guy, Steve. Now, I've been talking to you about this for the last 2 to 3 years, that this man has already said death to America. Has Joe Biden closed down the U.S. border? I'm not talking about, okay, forget about the people from Mexico, Steve. Forget about El Salvador, Honduras. Okay, well, this is erased. We already see he's not going to stop that. Now, why can't Joe Biden put a stop to anybody that's trying to enter America from Iran or Palestine or one of these radical Muslim countries? Why is it so hard for Joe Biden to do that, Steve?
They would call that homophobic when Trump. Remember when Trump listed 6, 7, 8 countries that were primarily Muslim countries? He tried to say you're not allowed into the U.S. Yeah, all the flack that he took for doing that. It's called homophobic. I don't think that. Okay. I don't think they care about the bad guys getting into this country. We know they're here.
So we have to have a 9/11. We got to have another 9/11 in America before they realize that these people are dangerous and that they shouldn't be allowed to come into the. Yep. They've already been. What's his guy, Joe Bangino? He's already said some of these individuals have come into the USA with explosives. Now I wonder what they planning on doing with explosives. They just bringing them in just to bring them in. They just like to carry explosives with them when they travel, right? Okay. So, like I said before, Steve, it looks like the Democrats are. I was hoping that these people had a brain, that they had some kind of brain, but apparently they don't. And like I said, it's going to take a 9/11. It's going to take another 9/11 in America for these people to realize how bad things are. And then guess what you're going to see on CNN television the next day, Steve? Oh, we got to close the border down because we can't let no more of these people in the country no more. Because look what they just did in America. So if they want to play that game, then go ahead and play that game. And like I say, a lot of innocent people are going to lose their life because of this stupidity. It just pisses me off that this U.S. border is not shut down for these individuals getting into this country when the people have clearly said that they want death to America. That's all you need to know. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
And as we're hearing in the news, Chuck Schumer this past day saying it's trying to attach border security and making it more difficult for people like from those countries to claim asylum. You're trying to attach that to legislation for more financial support for Ukraine. No way. No way that's going to happen, according to Chuck Schumer and the Democrats. They all stand united that, hey, this border is going to stay open. I don't understand. Now, that's an issue. If you want to talk about Republicans not being in touch with the heartbeat of the everyday American as far as abortion is concerned, how could this be a partisan issue? How could Democrats continue to support this wide open border? Yeah, we know an overwhelming majority, Democrats and Republicans alike, want something to be done to stop this massive influx from our southern border. But they want to do absolutely nothing to curtail it. All right, Senor Heatwave, I guess you heard the call out. How's things going? We didn't get a chance to ask you about your possible alternative gig, right?
Well, it ain't happening is what it is. One company that was hit with a cyber attack, I keep calling them every week just to make sure that my application's still good. Yeah, still good. Another one, they're like, well, we really don't know if we're going to have a contract with another carrier, but it's kind of a crying shame. And I told this to my manager. I said, I'm going to have to get a part-time job whenever I'm not working, because the bills keep coming at the same pace that they were prior to me getting in 30,000 other employees of Yellow getting laid off and eventually fired, losing our jobs due to incompetence at the top level. And, I don't know about the rest of the people out there, but when you are budgeted at a certain level, and that's how you are running your household. Yeah, when you lose about 25% of what you were making, you have to bear down, tighten that belt, tighten that belt about 2 notches.
Major league.
But right now, and right now we're as tight down as we can be. Now I could, I guess, refinance the house and do a cash out refi, but damn, at 6% or better, no, I've got a 3.125, and I ain't gonna let that slip through my hands. But I mean, you're not working for somebody to lose what it was that you worked so hard to get, and that's what's happening with me right now. So, but there's just nothing happening in Albuquerque, which would be a whole lot closer than coming down here. So I've already had a talk with the terminal manager, and he, here about 3 weeks ago, he wasn't real happy that I wasn't real happy. We spent all this money on you. Well, I wish you could have spent some of that money toward the drivers, because I answered an ad that said X amount per year. And now you're telling me it's, at the time, I already went through the drug screen and the physical, then I did the road test, and then he says, well, we're going to start you out at this much. You have to work up to this, what we had listed. I felt kind of obligated then, because it's like, well, it's a job, and it's closer to home than what CFI was, 750 miles away. But it's, this Bidenomics, I really don't see it. I really don't see it. And, I guess the auto workers agreed with the contract that the big three give them. they are pricing themselves out of a job because everybody knows that these vehicles are going to go skyrocketing up. And there's going to be less of a demand for those vehicles because the common everyday American cannot afford it. I mean, you look at Tahoes, you look at Suburbans. I mean, $75,000 brand new, and that's mid-range. Good Lord. I mean, the Corvettes, I just want a car. Well, I told Lady Heatwave that when I get done with paying off on the Camaro, it's going to trade that in for a Tahoe. Well, I don't know if that's going to happen. And, the manufacturers are not stupid. Yeah, they'll placate the people they got now. But they're just going to move their stuff down to Mexico where it's a whole lot cheaper per hour. And, they're going to be automotive layoffs as far as, building. And then they're going to be screaming and crying and complaining, well, the union should have done more for us. Well, they did. They priced you out of a job. So it's kind of like, people at McDonald's or Burger King, any fast food restaurant. $15 ain't enough. We need more. Well, how in the hell am I supposed to afford, the Happy Meal for, my grandkids when, it's $25 just for one?
Right. And that's that I was thinking about the whole premise of the fast food workers. And we've been citing that McDonald's for a number one, like a Big Mac combo with a medium fry, medium drink is running $16 to as much as $18. So they're technically, having to work more than 1 hour of their time just to get a damn number one combo now.
Yes.
Are they better off?
Yes. Well, I'm sure they get a great discount if they work there. But somebody at the car wash making $15 an hour, they're not getting off easy.
Yep.
When they go to McDonald's for their Mickey D fix. No. So, when is enough going to be enough? That's the question. And I really don't know the answer. If we had a better booming economy where we could keep the energy prices low, which is the main factor of everything going up, that would be a great boom for us. But I don't know. It's beyond me. It's above my pay grade. Let's just put it that way. So. But anyways, I just, I heard my name mentioned in the situation, so I figured I'd just give you all an update.
A full report.
I'm going to let you go.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Have a good morning out there. So, yep, tough times, as they say. We'll get a quick break in here. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, in other news, I guess there's kind of mixed emotions as this past day, Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders announcing she will endorse former President Trump in 2024. Of course, she was Trump's White House press secretary 2017 to 19. She'll make the official endorsement supposedly today, Wednesday. Now, she's been leading Arkansas since January. She issued a statement to the network, which was NBC News, that this country was more prosperous under Trump. It's not a question between right versus left anymore. It's normal versus crazy. And President Biden and the left are doubling down on crazy. The time has come to return to the normal policies of the Trump era, which created a safer, stronger, more prosperous America. That's why I'm proud to endorse Donald Trump for president. Trump's campaign, obviously happy with the endorsement. The governor will endorse Trump versus Republican Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Asa Hutchinson, her predecessor, in the Arkansas governor's mansion. Now, Hutchinson is right now polling at 0% in the Republican primary, but has not offered any indication he's going to drop out of the race at this point. Why? I don't know. Now, he will not be at Wednesday's Republican debates, which NBC News will be hosting. Trump will also be skipping the debate tonight. He'll hold a rally near Miami where Sanders is reportedly going to actually make that official endorsement announcement. But many in the Trump circle said, why so long, Sarah? One described as being in the former president's close orbit said that there have been a lot of questions regarding why Trump's former press secretary waited until now. Yeah, they said Mar-a-Lago's been kind of furious with her for months for going this long without endorsing. Yeah, there's always a way back in Trump world, but I'm not sure if President Trump will ever view her the same again. Now, this is an unidentified individual. Now, in his own statement, Trump said he's proud to have the endorsement. We had great success in the White House. It's an honor to have Sarah's endorsement. I look forward to having her at the big rally in Hialeah this Wednesday. So that'll, again, be coming up tonight. Anybody going to be tuned into the debate? NBC? Good morning, Pappy. Hey, what time is it?
Man, I'm not sure, Steve. Hold on, man. Let me go look at the other clock. Oh, man.
So you set your clocks, but you missed the kitchen clock. You're sitting in the kitchen, you're thinking, hey, it's midnight. Where the hell's Steve, right?
Yeah, I got a cabinet in the kitchen. It's got, one of the battery-operated clocks in there. And I don't really even look at the daggone thing. But I look, and it's midnight, and I grab my phone, not paying attention to the time. And, man, I didn't get no notification, right? And go to Rumble, no notification. Waiting a couple minutes, nothing happening. I go to the app, and you're talking away, man. Had a little conversation with Philip.
Yeah.
Talking about some astronauts being stuck up there, and I'm like, man, I didn't know if this was even a past show, a live show. Anyway, and all of a sudden you say, well,
probably from 2 years ago.
I'm like, uh-oh. What happened to Steve, man? Did he throw his back out again? Is he laying in a hospital bed?
Right.
Oh, man. So I texted the princess, and and you. I hope I didn't wake her. Well, obviously.
No, she got a chuckle out of that. I think she was doing laundry or something.
Yeah. But there was a few other listeners I sent messages to. Hey, what's up? Anybody talk to Steve? So, anyway, it is what it is. It's what happens when you get old. Not looking like a good night, though, is it, Steve?
In the political spectrum, yeah. I kind of, as Dan mentioned, I kind of alluded over the last couple of nights, based on the trends we've seen. I had a sneaky suspicion Ohio was going to go yes on one and yes on two.
Yeah, that's no surprise on two, actually. But Steve, I'm curious what the percentage of Republican voters showed up today versus the percentage of Democrat voters that showed up.
Versus how many maybe voted early, because we had the early voting thing going on. But let's pause right there, though. First, we got to roll it up on top of the hour news break. But plenty of room for you. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has dismissed the GOP proposal linking Ukraine aid to border security.
A group of Senate Republicans released a proposal for border security that they want in exchange for Ukraine funding. And they know full well what they came up with is a total non-starter.
Speaking on the Senate floor, Schumer cautioned that the Republican plan could impede the passage of funding for Ukraine's conflict in Russia. The proposal entails the construction of a border wall and the overhaul of asylum laws, including raising the threshold of asylum requests. The White House is downplaying recent polls that indicate President Biden is behind Donald Trump in crucial battleground states. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre advised caution when interpreting the polls, suggesting they should be taken with a grain of salt.
Back in October of 22, there were stories about how there was going to be a red wave, Democrats were going to be wiped out, and we're not talking about that.
According to a survey conducted by the New York Times and Siena College, Trump is leading Biden in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. Some Disney theme park guests find the wait for popular rides, which can exceed 90 minutes, too long. Reports on social media corroborated by a book by ex-Disney custodians claim that some guests resort to defecating while in line. The book Cleaning the Kingdom, Insider Tales of Keeping Walt's Dream Spotless reveals that it's not only children, but also adults who engage in this behavior. The actor strike may be ending soon as SAG-AFTRA and studios have reportedly settled on AI usage terms. Negotiations have focused on AI likeness and revenue sharing. The final phase of discussions between lead negotiators and studios is scheduled for Tuesday, potentially concluding the over 3-month strike. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
More people are deciding to not quit their jobs. White-collar job turnover has declined so steeply at some large employers that companies now find themselves over budget on certain teams and projects. This year, 73% of workers said they plan to stay at their jobs, up from 61% last year. A trial date has been set for 4 of the 5 Memphis police officers charged in the beating death of Tyree Nichols during a traffic stop. 4 of them have pleaded not guilty, and their trial will start August 12, 2024. The 5th officer, Desmond Mills, changed his plea to guilty last week. The 2023 Capitol Christmas tree is on its way to Washington, D.C.
A 63-foot Norway spruce from West Virginia's Allegheny Mountains is en route to the U.S. Capitol's West Lawn to serve as the 2023 Christmas tree. The magnificent spruce was recently harvested in Monongahela National Forest. After making several stops in West Virginia cities, the tree will be decorated with handcrafted ornaments from West Virginia State's residents and lit up in its new home on the West Lawn after Thanksgiving as part of the annual U.S. Capitol Christmas tree tradition. I'm Skip Kelly.
Amazon Prime Video is getting set to premiere the 2nd season of Reacher. The first 3 episodes of the new season will hit the streaming service on December 15th. This season is based on the 11th book in Lee Child's Jack Reacher book series, Bad Luck and Trouble. That's the latest. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Once again, thank you much. Welcome back. Another hour, working our way into a Wednesday midweek coming on. And we did get the news this past day that the House of Representatives did ultimately vote to censure Democrat Rashida Tlaib of Michigan, who is the only Palestinian-American Congress. This is what they describe as an extraordinary rebuke of her rhetoric about the Israel-Hamas war. In other words, enough Democrats joined Republicans. The vote was 234 to 188. Again, after enough Democrats joined the Republicans to censure a punishment which is one step below being expelled from the House. She's now a three-term congresswoman, long a target of criticism for her views after the decades-long conflict in the Middle East. The debate on the censure this past afternoon was rather emotional and intense. Representative Rich McCormick of Georgia pushed the censure measure in response to what he called Tlaib's promotion of anti-Semitic rhetoric. He said she has levied unbelievable falsehoods about our greatest ally, Israel, and the attack on October 7. With other Democrats standing by her side, she tried to defend her stance, saying she will not be silenced and I will not let you distort my words. She said her criticism of the Jewish state has always been directed toward its government and its leadership under Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We've heard her words. We've seen her outside the Capitol when the protesters came into the Capitol here a few weeks ago, where hundreds ultimately were arrested. And we've heard her chants. So, with the vote, Tlaib will become the second Muslim American woman in Congress to be formally admonished this year after Ilhan Omar was removed in February from the House Foreign Affairs Committee for similar comments she had made about Israel. Now, the censure push resulted in a rather dramatic vote on the House floor. While the majority of both parties have historically stood firmly on the side of Israel, divisions have emerged in the Democrat Party about the American response. Some on the left criticizing Biden's stance, urging him to put conditions on U.S. support for Israel as the military campaign drives the Palestinian death toll higher. While the vote against Tlaib will place against the extraordinary backdrop of the war, the push to censure her is part of a growing pattern in the House, they tell us. Many Democrats and a few Republicans who opposed censuring her, citing free speech and warned of the precedent it could set. Of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene had issued a resolution here about a week ago. But that measure, I guess she was talking about bringing it up a second time. So it's officially done. All right, welcome back, Pappy. Where did we leave off there?
Well, hold on, man. Let me comment on this. Who's the 188 that sided with her?
Mm-hmm.
My view is she should be kicked out of Congress, not just censored. As far as I'm concerned, she's the enemy with the rhetoric coming out of her mouth. And that, Steve, it just goes to prove that these people have infiltrated our government. So I'd like to see a list of them 188 that voted against even censoring her. Man. Now, Steve, I was just kind of curious on the percentage. You know, the Dems that showed up today versus Republicans. And I mean, in other words, just to throw out some numbers, did 100,000 Democrats show up in Hamilton County and only 10,000 Republicans. Kind of makes a difference when we talk about get out and vote. I think issue 1 is definitely more of an issue on the left side than on the Republicans. It means more to them than Republicans, I think. And to think that they're going to be celebrating about taking the life of babies tomorrow, Steve, they're going to be out celebrating. You know, there's been some talk about Republicans maybe need to change their views on abortion so we can maybe get some more people elected. Yeah, I'm not so sure that's the right thing to do. You either stick with your principles or you don't. And I mean, Steve, we're not talking about some, you know, sending money here or there. I mean, we're talking about aborting babies, man. You know, and this far left agenda is to where, you know, when the mother's actually giving birth and then they're going to make a decision whether or not they're going to keep the baby or not. I mean, come on, man. Some common sense here. The other thing that shocked me was Virginia, Steve. Remember last election, man, Virginia shocked us, man. They were like, holy moly. They elected a Republican governor, right? Wasn't that the 22 election?
I believe so.
Made big headline news. Holy moly, Virginia. And now it sounds like they got the House and the Senate in Virginia.
And that based on the abortion issue, because the governor was pushing and running that he would put I believe a 15-week ban on abortions in the state.
Which most states already have, Steve.
Yes.
Which most states already have. Same thing with Kentucky. Elect this governor again. Steve, things just aren't bad enough, I guess, right? I'm going to say this, and I mean this with every drop of blood I got in my veins. White House in 2024. If we don't keep the House and the Dems keep the Senate, if we lose everything, Steve, this country's done. Done. There will be no coming back. There will be no, man, things are bad, we got to get out and vote, because voting is not going to matter if this happens. It's already to that point now where the DOJ, the they're all weaponized against us. This judge that's ruling in Trump's trial. Did you get that email I sent you on that screenshot?
Yes, I did. The judge actually says, I'm not here to hear what he has to say. Is that?
Yeah. Steve, this is a bench trial, not a jury trial. So the judge makes the decision
of guilt or innocence.
If he's going to find. Well, yeah, since it's a civil trial, I don't know if you really call it guilty. I know I put that in your email. If they're going to find in favor for Trump, or they're going to find in favor of the prosecutor. And he made the statement because Trump was getting a little mouthy on the stand. He wasn't playing their game. And he made a comment to Trump's attorney. Can't you control your client? She says, can't you control your courtroom?
Right. It's your courtroom.
This is your courtroom, man. He said, well, I'm not here to hear what he has to say. He's here to answer my questions. Direct quote. So he's not interested in what the defense has to say. His mind's already made up. That's where we're at here already now, Steve. Now, think of this. We can't even imagine trying to get through another year of this Biden administration. And if they win the House, the Senate, and the White House, think of what they are going to do, man. The people in there that are wanting to destroy this country, like Chuck Schumer not wanting to close these borders, trying to blame Republicans because they want to fund the border to try to close it. Steve, I'm telling you what, I hope these House people use the power of the purse. Not another dime should go to Ukraine. Not another dime should go to the crooked-ass D.C. swamps getting all these kickbacks. There's rumors going around. I haven't actually seen the talk from Lewinsky. That's what I call him. There's turmoil inside his military with his generals. Some of his generals supposedly came out and were bitching about where some of this money has been going. Talking about the corruption. Some of these diehard generals were coming out and saying, hey, this money ain't going to our troops. This money's not going to fight this war to suppress Russia. Too much corruption going on here. I mean, we've known that for how long now?
Forever. Ukraine is listed as what? I think the number 2 most corrupt. I think Russia's number 1, Ukraine number 2 as far as corruption's concerned.
Yes, sir. The money laundering machine has to stop.
And when you get the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene saying, we're not going to send more money without accountability. They're not saying we refuse to send anything. We want to know, we want the chain of custody, the chain of command, accountability. Where the hell's the money going?
Right. It's just boggles my mind, and it does all your listeners too, that this border is not getting shut down. Did you hear this number? Between, I think they were talking about the last 2 years that Trump was in office to today, 6 million illegals have crossed the border. And most of them within the last 4 years or 3 years. The second Biden took office,
the border, the influx was on.
Executive orders.
Right.
Yep. And they're still coming. By the thousands, by the tens of thousands. And not, Steve, saw an interview with some border journalists down there yesterday. They're coming, 99 or 96 different countries. People from 96 different countries in this planet are coming across the border. is just crazy, man. And how we talked about this a few weeks ago. How do these young military-aged Chinese men coming across the border?
Mm-hmm.
How is this happening, Steve? You don't leave China. You don't leave North Korea. People from North Korea just can't say, I think I'll go to the United States. They will shoot you. Same way with China. If people can't put two and two together and continue to let this happen. So I'm with that, man. I mean, make no mistake about it. We'll see what happens here in 1 year from now. Like Eagle said, what are we going to be talking about in 1 year?
Yep.
Is this going to be the end to our republic? Our Bill of Rights, Constitution just torn up, flushed down the toilet, picked out of the toilet, let it dry, and then burn it. That's what will happen. All right, my man. With that said, hey, somebody cheer up, man. Come on. we got another year to live, right?
Yeah, well, there was one other big question that we kind of, we got the answer to. We pretty much all knew it. Because we witnessed it, not only with this program, but the likes of Dan Bongino, all those who were being censored via social media platforms, kicked off of the likes of YouTube. Like I said, we've all experienced it. Yeah, we knew what was going on. It's silencing conservatives. But apparently, according to Jim Jordan yesterday, we now actually have, what would you call it, the receipts, the smoking gun, where he says the coalition of big government working with big academia and big tech to censor speech is going to end up at the U.S. Supreme Court, where yesterday he said where it will be defeated. He said on Monday, experts at universities, big tech, others worked in concert throughout the Election Integrity Partnership. Election integrity. It sounds like a good thing, right? We all want election integrity. They call it that. They use that name to monitor and censor American speech during the 2020 election. Conservatives in Congress, conservative media outlets, including the likes of Newsmax, were among the targets. Jordan says, we have the First Amendment guaranteeing free speech. This is not supposed to happen now. The good news is we're catching them. According to the report from Jordan, the Department of Homeland Security Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA for short, and the Global Engagement Centers, GEC, within the State Department, collaborated with Stanford University and other entities to establish the EIP, Election Integrity Partnership, in the summer of 2020. It was created as a means for the government to launder its censorship efforts in an attempt to bypass the First Amendment and public scrutiny. The EIP targeted Americans, they say, across the political spectrum, but especially conservatives. A Fifth Circuit court ruling has already handed Americans one victory. Jordan said these federal agencies were being weaponized and being used to limit America's speech in what some journalists have called this censorship industrial complex, again, where it's big government, big universities, big tech, all working together to go after conservatives. Now, I mentioned the so-called smoking gun. Yeah, that's the rest of the story. Yeah, the Committee on the Judiciary and select subcommittees on the weaponization of the federal government. That's what Jim Jordan created, producing a document detailing a series of reports that claimed government entities worked in tandem, as I said, with Stanford University and others to censor Americans. I mean, true information being censored. In some cases, it was jokes being censored, opinions being censored. The federal government, disinformation experts, all worked together through, as I just described, the Election Integrity Partnership. Now, according to the writer Benjamin Weingarten, the evidence showed the EIP, sometimes alongside with the Department of Homeland Security sub-agency CISA, pressured platforms to target speech that included statements by then President Trump, anyone's opinion about election integrity rooted in government records, and even think tank white papers. Any speculative tweets from not only statesmen, but everyday citizens alike. They listed the following politicians were censored. As we know, President Donald Trump, Senator Thom Tillis of North Carolina, former House Speaker Newt Gingrich, former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee, Representative Thomas Massie of Kentucky, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, some of the political pundits, the likes of Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens, Blaze television host Dave Rubin, all censored. Journalist James O'Keefe, Tom Fitton, Sean Hannity, censored as well. Jordan provided examples of the censored post, including President Trump linked to a 2020 Breitbart article entitled, Georgia counties using same software as Michigan counties. Also encounter glitch. Another censored post from former Speaker Gingrich included texts stating, Pennsylvania Democrats are methodically changing the rules so they can steal the election. All these things were being shut down. There's a few more, but we've got to get to our news break first, and we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
USA News Update. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has dismissed the GOP proposal linking Ukraine aid to border security.
A group of Senate Republicans released a proposal for border security that they want in exchange for Ukraine funding. And they know full well what they came up with is a total non-starter.
The White House is downplaying recent polls that indicate President Biden is behind Donald Trump in crucial battleground states. According to a survey conducted by the New York Times and Siena College, Trump is leading Biden in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. Some Disney theme park guests find the wait for popular rides, which can exceed 90 minutes, too long. Reports on social media, corroborated by a book by ex-Disney custodians, claim that some guests resort to defecating while in line. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
We will get back to your calls momentarily at 844-844-3388. Real quick, I mentioned what Jim Jordan described as the smoking gun. Proof of censorship. Going back to the 2020 election. As they described, the shocking report included information from Stanford University that revealed the Election Integrity Partnership and staff made explicit recommendations to social media platforms for specific enforcement measures at least 75 times in a 4-month period leading up to and during the 2020 election. He cited examples. Again, these are the paperwork, the email connections coming from Stanford University and the Election Integrity Partnership. Example number 1. Hello, Google. We recommend this ad be removed. Next, recommended actions. Ban sharing links to the following sites. Next, quote, this has circulated in pro-Trump conservative groups and sub-communities. We recommend that you all flag as false or remove the posts below. Next example, this video narration claims to show evidence of voter fraud in Maryland. But the video itself, footage of an election worker, does not show anything that we interpret as voter fraud. We recommend this video be removed or labeled. One more. Hi, Twitter team. There are a number of high-profile individuals, including the president, making accusations of voter fraud. Given the large audiences and Pennsylvania's swing state status, we'd recommend this content be actioned. Actioned was their word, a.k.a. axed. Remove it. Flag it. Hello, 5-7.
Okay. Oh, and we forgot to mention Steve Summers overnight drive. We know what you've been doing. Thank you, Jim Jordan. Okay, and I want to make mention, when Pappy made mention that the judge says, I'm not here to hear what you, Donald Trump, have to say. You know, you got questions you must ask and go make a judgment. You know, Bible scripture comes to mind and says only a fool judges a matter before first hearing it. So I guess the man just made, because the Bible says don't call no man a fool, put your soul in danger of hellfire. But I mean, if the judge wants to jump in there and do that, you know what? He's going to be a judge for a very short time, and then he will have to face his maker. I just want to encourage everybody. Yeah, I know. I mean, we got to fight for what we believe. If the Republican Party folds and starts going, yeah, we're pro-choice, then I can't vote for them. I wasn't going to vote for Trump, and then Franklin Graham got in there. Like I said, I was going to vote for Ted Cruz. Now, I wasn't going to vote for Trump because I thought he was a clown. Franklin Graham says if you have an opportunity to vote pro-life, this issue is important to you. You in America have to use your vote. We're a part. From the janitor, like nowhere else on this planet, from the janitor up to the corporate leaders, every person is responsible for a vote and has an opportunity to vote and affect the governing of our country. Now, I just want to encourage everybody. Don't be downhearted. When a prophet was all upset because he thought that Israel had forgotten God, and he was the only one, God had to remind him that he gave the number and said this many people did not bow their knees to Baal. God knows how you voted. Now, if you might see judgment fall around you, but you know what? Don't be surprised if you prosper through that judgment. It just God knows which way you voted. So, hey, and all I can tell you is, you know, the Bible says in the last days all the nations of the earth are going to turn against Israel. If we haven't already, because we sort of financed Iran by not enforcing the embargo. So America basically helped finance that and encouraged it, I guess, by playing patty cakes with these people. Meanwhile, we're doing lip service. We already see out in our streets, people don't care about Israel, you know, from the river to the sea, and a lot of them are college students that are just a few steps away and taking over your other schools, your leaderships in businesses, and political leaderships. So we're close, where this whole nation can turn against Israel in that manner. But I'm just saying, if it's God's will, it's going to happen, and we just got to be true to your own vote, and be true to when you go in there and vote. It's between you and God, and what good is it to vote for your paycheck when, like I said, if God's going to bless you, He's going to bless you no matter what's going on around you. But if you give up your morality to vote, what is it? To vote for what Benjamin Franklin says, if you vote for security. Never mind.
I know. I'm drawing a blank too. If you vote for security over what was it, you'll have neither. Was the whole thing.
And that's it. So yeah, it's not going to be easy. And like, hey, we're going to see this next coming election, but at the same time, I don't believe it's going to happen like we think, because there's no way China's going to let a strongman in our leadership, i.e. Trump, even DeSantis. There's no way China's going to let that happen. So I'm no prophet, okay, but 6 months from now, we'll see what's going on. If Trump's still in jail in an orange suit and he's still leading way ahead of Biden, I think the Taiwan thing is going to happen, and everything else is going to be flared up. And let's take it right back here in the good old USA. Like Pappy said, if Chinese just don't walk out of China, North Korea. But let's remember, and I can't get over it because I've seen it. Video after video of these young men, and they all look like they're in sort of like a uniform. Got a brown leather bag, you got dark blue pants, light blue shirts. Maybe like they're all in uniform.
Maybe they're being sent over for a specific future task, you might ask. I know where you're coming from. All right, 5-7, copy the mail. All right, it was a very rough start for the Cincinnati Bengals this NFL season. I think they had a 1-win, 3-loss start. Burrow, of course, had been playing injured. They've bounced back to now a 5-3 record. Barstool Sports founder and media personality Dave Portnoy announcing a massive bet that he's placed on the Cincinnati Bengals to win the Super Bowl. In a social media post this past day, Portnoy said he placed a bet on Cincinnati for $67,000 that would, return $1 million. All right, the NFL Power Rankings. Number 1, Bengals. Number 2, Bengals. Number 3, Bengals. Number 4, Bengals. Number 5, Eagles. Okay. Portnoy says, in other news, I've officially placed a grand total of $67K on the Bengals to win the Super Bowl to win $1 million. He concluded his post with Houday, #Burr. Now, that second hashtag a reference to Joe Burrow and his nickname, Joe Burr. Portnoy, if you're not familiar, founded Barstool Sports in 2004. He's overseen the publication's rise from a sports newspaper to a big-time digital media company headquartered in New York City. Now, according to BetMGM, the Bengals currently have the 5th best odds to win the Super Bowl in February at plus 1,000, after opening the season with the second best odds at plus 850. You have the Kansas City Chiefs at plus 475, the Philadelphia Eagles at plus 500, San Francisco 49ers at plus 600, Baltimore Ravens at plus 900, currently greater Super Bowl odds as we enter week number 9. Yeah, winners of 4 games in a row in 5 of their last 6. The now 5-3 Bengals will host the Houston Texans Sunday afternoon at Paycor Stadium. Kickoff, 1 p.m. I wish I had $67,000 just to throw down a bet on a team, but all right, good luck. Yes. What's that guy from down in Texas, Mattress Mac or whatever? I wonder who he's putting his money on this year. Our number, 844-844-3388. Let's head on down to Florida, see what's going on with Philip.
Hey, buddy, how's it going today? I'm out here just riding on I-4. Hey, if anybody's going eastbound on I-4 and they're around the Lake Mary area, they have got they're putting a sign up over the road, and they have got a rolling roadblock on I-4. Right now it's about Lake Mary is where the roadblock is. The actual sign is just up the road almost to Sanford. So if anybody's out there on I-4 eastbound, they're going towards Daytona, just be aware you might be slowed down when you get to up around Lake Mary area. I got woke up this morning, Steve. Did you see what I wrote on, or what I put on that thing when I called in?
Something about a wake up from SpaceX?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my wake-up call this morning was courtesy of courtesy of SpaceX. I think it was around 12:05, 12:10, somewhere around in there. Rumbles went across the house, man. It shook us all up. But that's okay. That's good. They got them Starlinks up. And I want to congratulate Q-Ball on his latest acquisition to his arsenal of stuff for his YouTube channel and what he needs to do. He bought himself a Starlink setup. Did you see that, Steve?
I have not, no. I'll have to go over to FSC Trucking and see what he's got going on.
Absolutely. Go over to FSC Trucking. Q-Ball's back. He's had some family stuff going on here lately. He's been off for a little while because he's helping his mom and his dad out and doing some things in Texas. But he's back on again with his YouTube channel, and he's got the Starlink hookup now, so he's got it in a backpack, and he can just take his backpack anywhere he wants to go, and he can download and upload and do whatever he needs to do quickly, and doesn't have to wait for it anymore because he's on the Starlink now. So, and it was good to see him back. I mean, the channel, I was wondering what was going on with him, but I hadn't seen him in a little while, but he's back at it again. So if anybody's out there wanting to see some truck driving,
it's been a few weeks since we've heard from him. I've been kind of wondering myself, and I'm seeing his, I guess, a post here about 12 days ago, why I stepped away from YouTube, almost lost my dad.
Sick, and I thought it was pretty bad, and they figured out what was going on with him, and he's gonna make out all right.
Okay.
It's just gonna take some time to get healed up. And but I got to give credit to Steve. He's down there helping his parents. He's doing the right thing. He's got some family issues going on with his sibling, and he's trying to keep everything straight and get it going. Plus, he's trying to keep his YouTube channel going, which that's awesome as well. And hopefully he gets all his projects going. I kind of wish I was up in Wisconsin to help him out, but kind of a little bit long way from Florida up there. But he's a pretty smart cat, and I know he's going to get it taken care of. And but that launch must have been a nice launch, man, because I tell you what, it was a roller. I've had them wake me up before, but not like that one. That one knocked stuff off the shelf on the house.
Really? So you were
rumbling. You were working on the mower.
You were rumbling.
Yeah, I got up and got ready for work. I look over, and we got a walk-in closet, and I look over, and there's stuff on the floor, and I'm like, where the heck did that come from?
Yeah.
And it fell off when that rumble hit the house. But I thought they might have been testing that Moab again over there at Ocala. We're not too far from the Ocala range, and when they test that Moab, that thing rattles the house too. We're only 50, 60 miles from there, but it's one of them fun days. I tell you, it's part of living down here close to all this stuff. But we're going to have a launch on Thursday, Steve. They're going to be a resupply mission for the space station is going to be taking off the SpaceX one, so that one will be pretty good.
Now, will that be a Falcon 9, or would that be a Falcon Heavy for taking a load up there?
It's going to be a Falcon 9, and it's going to be a Dragon setup, the same kind of capsule they use for the astronauts when they go up. It's a Dragon capsule on top of a Falcon 9. And that's what they've done all along. They've always had the Dragon capsule that has been going to ISS because it has the hookups to where they can hook up onto the station and and made it up onto the station and take everything out. It's just a supply mission. They're going to go up there and bring supplies up to it. And you were talking earlier about censorship. And a lot of people just, they love the technology. It's great, these phones and watches and all this other stuff, all this stuff that can be done with technology now. But what people don't realize is all they have to do for censorship is to put an AI program, and I said that AI, artificial intelligence program, that checks out for words. That's all it has to do. This AI program has to look for words. So anytime you say a certain word on anything, it brings that up. It says, oh, wait a second, this doesn't meet the company standards that we have in our whatever we're doing. It sends it, flags it, sends a message, and sends it to the leadership, and the leadership review it. And I know with YouTube, a lot of it is reviewed by folks before it's actually censored, because they want to make sure that things are legit by their standards. By their standards, I said that. By their standards. That's because everybody has their own standards and all that. And I'm pretty sure, Steve, now doesn't YouTube have to submit those standards to us if we decide to start a channel?
Yeah, it's all on their page in like the fine print. I remember there was one night Always Moving called in, and she was reading from some of their community standards, as they call it. And there's so many things that they can flag you. So many things you cannot talk about. It's unreal.
I don't get it. I mean, it's like, all right, so like YouTube, if somebody plays certain music in the background, they can flag that as a copyright infringement. All right? If somebody makes up their own music and it's not copyrighted, in certain cases they can flag that. It's a double-edged sword, really. It's like those guys like take for instance Q-Ball. He has to do a tap dance if he adds anything onto his channel as far as music or any kind of content, certain things. He has to watch it like crazy, because when he's in his editing process, if he puts the wrong thing in there, they can pull his account. You don't want to do that. When you're making, sure. That's how you generate revenue. And it just amazes me, though, that they black flag somebody because of their political stance. But I know TikTok's owned by that other place, and there's a lot more freedom over on TikTok, which I don't believe that freedom is right in some ways. I mean, you got to be careful with certain things. I mean, dealing with those other folks. But, we need to look at it and say, hey, is free speech free speech? Me personally, I don't think there is no more free speech. You can't say what you want to say, So, I mean, it is what it is. And everybody gets offended by certain things, I mean, we seen that the other night with, was it last night when Minister was on there, Steve?
Yes.
Yeah, we seen that, I got a question for Minister, though, if he's out there. If you use the term white boy, could that be considered racist, Steve?
I'd be curious to what his take would be.
Because if I got offended by the term white boy, that could be considered as, and I'll use this term, reverse racism. Okay? And I hope Minister hears that word, because that's a word that's not brought out too much. So, it's food for thought. Y'all have a good day, buddy, and I appreciate you having me. Thank you.
Great to have the update there. All right, safe travels on your way in this morning. I should have told 5-7 when I had him on the line. I know he was a big-time Ted Cruz supporter back in 2016. And Ted apparently this past day said that he indeed does expect to run for president again at some point. speaking to the Texas Tribune. He said, I loved running for president in 2016. We came incredibly close. We came within inches of winning. It's the most fun I've ever had in my life. And I fully hope and expect to run again at some point. Now, he said he decided against running for the nomination this time because the timing didn't feel right. Plus, he said he believed he could actually be more effective battling Democrat policies in the Senate right now. The Senate right now is the battlefield for all these issues, and he's correct there. Now, in an interview on Monday, Cruz said the policies of Joe Biden and the Democrats who want the southern border open to illegal migrants are actually fighting on the side of the cartels. I think Texas is doing everything they can to fight and secure the border. The problem is President Joe Biden's administration is fighting actually on the side of the cartels. The Biden administration wants this crisis to happen. Maybe Ted Cruz somewhere down the line, 28 possibly. I don't. We'll come back with more of your calls ahead. In the next hour, we will delve in on the trucking sector. Kind of an update. The Department of Labor proposed earlier this year to restore and extend overtime protections to more than 3.6 million salaried workers. But it doesn't apply to truck drivers. Again, update. More on that coming up. A special report from Landline this past day here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has dismissed the GOP proposal linking Ukraine aid to border security.
A group of Senate Republicans released a proposal for border security that they want in exchange for Ukraine funding. And they know full well what they came up with is a total non-starter.
Speaking on the Senate floor, Schumer cautioned that the Republican plan could impede the passage of funding for Ukraine's conflict in Russia. The proposal entails the construction of a border wall and the overhaul of asylum laws, including raising the threshold of asylum requests. The White House is downplaying recent polls that indicate President Biden is behind Donald Trump in crucial battleground states. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre advised caution when interpreting the polls, suggesting they should be taken with a grain of salt.
Back in October of 22, there were stories about how there was going to be a red wave, Democrats were going to be wiped out, and we're not talking about that.
According to a survey conducted by the New York Times and Siena College, Trump is leading Biden in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. Some Disney theme park guests find the wait for popular rides, which can exceed 90 minutes, too long. Reports on social media corroborated by a book by ex-Disney custodians claim that some guests resort to defecating while in line. The book Cleaning the Kingdom, Insider Tales of Keeping Walt's Dream Spotless reveals that it's not only children, but also adults who engage in this behavior. The actor strike may be ending soon as SAG-AFTRA and studios have reportedly settled on AI usage terms. Negotiations have focused on AI likeness and revenue sharing. The final phase of discussions between lead negotiators and studios is scheduled for Tuesday, potentially concluding the over 3-month strike. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
More people are deciding to not quit their jobs. White-collar job turnover has declined so steeply at some large employers that companies now find themselves over budget on certain teams and projects. This year, 73% of workers said they plan to stay at their jobs, up from 61% last year. A trial date has been set for 4 of the 5 Memphis police officers charged in the beating death of Tyree Nichols during a traffic stop. 4 of them have pleaded not guilty, and their trial will start August 12, 2024. The 5th officer, Desmond Mills, changed his plea to guilty last week. The 2023 Capitol Christmas tree is on its way to Washington, D.C.
A 63-foot Norway spruce from West Virginia's Allegheny Mountains is en route to the U.S. Capitol's West Lawn to serve as the 2023 Christmas tree. The magnificent spruce was recently harvested in Monongahela National Forest. After making several stops in West Virginia cities, the tree will be decorated with handcrafted ornaments from West Virginia State's residents and lit up in its new home on the West Lawn after Thanksgiving as part of the annual U.S. Capitol Christmas tree tradition. I'm Skip Kelly.
Amazon Prime Video is getting set to premiere the 2nd season of Reacher. The first 3 episodes of the new season will hit the streaming service on December 15th. This season is based on the 11th book in Lee Child's Jack Reacher book series, Bad Luck and Trouble. That's the latest. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we come full circle. Looky there. We crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast, where Santa Claus checked in here just a bit ago. Yeah, which you said, top of the morning, Steve. 56 here in Sacramento, California. Over the past week, I started doing hot yoga. Hot yoga, huh? Well, I went a little overboard. I've been diagnosed with an ACL injury. I'll be going in for an MRI tomorrow. Uh-oh. This is definitely going to put a damper on my upcoming road trips. We'll hope for the best. Hope all goes well. Santa Claus out. Good luck with that. Ouch. There's Jeffrey, New York City. Going back a couple hours ago. On board. Thanks for the overnight company, he says. There's Steve from Ottawa. Tune it in. Have a good day. Good morning, Hillbilly. Can't sleep tonight. I'm not sure why. We've been busy in the fields getting the soybeans out and working on the equipment. But here we are. Everybody be safe. Have a good ride. Have a great show. We'll catch you later. He's technically on a working vacation this week, right? There's Rick in Columbus. Good to have you on board. Probably on his second or third cup of coffee by now, all right? Sylvester Dean, a.k.a. Sylvester. Hey, folks, just flying through. Got to be up at 4 a.m. Now, he's, of course, Australian time. So he says, I got to get to bed soon. Steve, I'm hoping to call in on Friday morning, but hope all is well. And we'll look forward to hearing from you there, Sylvester. He updated his profile picture, he and his better half, and he's got the Steve Summers Overnight Drive t-shirt on. Yeah, I appreciate you helping to support the program. Then he heard our discussion about free speech, to which he says, sadly, there is no expectation of free speech on social media, as we accept the conditions to use the platform, or platforms. What we need is a platform where we don't have these lefties in control. And he also said, I love Ted Cruz. I actually worked for his campaign back in 2016. Now, somewhere in the mix, someone had pointed out, I don't know, maybe it was an email I received about Steve. There's a big vote coming up next week. You talk about free speech and censorship via social media. So I did a quick search, and indeed, because he was alluding to when this FCC vote takes place, you talk about censorship. This could be just the tip of the iceberg. Let me lay this on you, the rest of the story. The Federal Communications Commission Commissioner, Brendan Carr, is calling the Biden administration's digital equity plan for all internet services and infrastructure an unlawful power grab. President Biden's plan hands the administrative state effective control of all internet services and infrastructure in this country. Never before in the roughly 40-year history of the public internet has the FCC, or any federal agency for that matter, claimed this degree of control over it. Indeed, President Biden's plan calls for the FCC to apply a far-reaching set of government controls that the agency has not applied to any technology in the modern era, including Title II common carriers. Now, this is the FCC commissioner speaking here. He previewed an important FCC vote that will be taking place indeed next week, November the 15th. About whether to implement the president's plan. He said Congress has never contemplated the sweeping regulatory regime that President Biden asked the FCC to adopt, let alone authorize the agency to implement it. He explained Biden's broadband policies are failing, and the cost of building internet infrastructure in this country have skyrocketed due to his economic policies. While the FCC has been looking to expand new 5G services, it has needlessly blocked and delayed new broadband infrastructure builds because of regulatory red tape. Now, the commissioner said President Biden has chosen to blame the private sector and free market capitalism for the administration's own policy shortfalls and is pushing the FCC to adopt a one-page section of the 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Job Act, which has new rules of breathtaking scope, all in the name of digital equity. For the first time ever, those rules would give the federal government a roving mandate to micromanage nearly every aspect of how the internet functions, from how internet service providers allocate capital and where they build, to the services that consumers can purchase, from the profits that ISPs can realize and how they market and advertise services, to the discounts and promotions that consumers can receive. You talk about central planning, he warns. If passed, the FCC would be empowered for the first time to regulate every ISP's service termination terms, use of consumer credit, account history, credit checks, account termination, among many other things. There is no path to complying with this standardless regime. It reads like a planning document drawn up in the faculty lounge of a university's Soviet studies department. He added the Biden administration's plan empowers the FCC to regulate every aspect of the internet sector for the first time ever. This plan is motivated by an ideology of government control that is not compatible with the fundamental precepts of free market capitalism. Those words, my friends, coming from our own Federal Communications Commissioner. Wow. That's first I've really heard anything about it. The vote is coming up next week. Something we damn should be paying attention to. Yes, Rick, 1984, Big Brother, baby. Sylvester said, didn't Obama try to pass the Internet Fairness Doctrine? I think this is their second go around on this, but that's the way they operate. Try, don't succeed. Are you with me?
Yeah, but I probably didn't want to be with you, but I'm with you thanks to our bald-headed law enforcement guy that you was talking to when I got up and kicked the show on. Did he admit to you he had a bad case of dumbassery last night?
He got the Sanford and Son, you big dummy.
Did he? Good.
Yes, yeah, you big dummy.
Pappy, you're my hero, man. What does he do? He texts me, hey, Big Ed, if you talk to Steve or Lisa, I don't think the show is live tonight. I'm trying to go to sleep. And then he wakes me up with that. And then he comes back, oh, never mind, I'm dummy. I forgot
to change my clock. Yeah, it was only 11 o'clock. He sends me an email. It's like 11:20. I'm sitting here doing show prep, and he's like, no Facebook, no notification. Yeah, the show's not live. What's wrong? I hope you're okay. Well, it's good to be. People really care about me, that says. He was concerned.
I wish I'd have just believed him and said, oh, wow, okay, Pappy, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know what's going on, but no, I woke up and was investigating, and then your show come on, and I thought, Pappy, you just cost me an hour of sleep. And then, you know, I'm now awake in the middle of the night, which I always do, which it ain't Pappy's fault. So I kicked the show on, and I swear Pappy sounded like he just wanted to go get a rope and hang himself because of apparently the politics that played out yesterday. The voting and the various things.
Yeah.
And without ever knowing a word he said, you know, the one state that I'm going to use as an example is the great state of Kentucky. Because aren't they a red state?
Traditionally, yes. The ever red Kentucky, absolutely.
Yes, red state. But they voted their Democratic governor back in office, and a Trump-supported conservative black man didn't win. Because President Trump was behind him. Does that not say anything to people?
You think it was because Trump was behind him, or as we see in the state of Ohio, yes, a big time. I mean, Trump won Ohio by, you know, like by 60%. And it was the abortion issue, Ed. The abortion, you know, Ohio went yes for abortion. In Kentucky, Beshear was against the 15-week ban on abortion. The Trump-endorsed black candidate, he was more in favor of they tried to portray him as an almost outright abortion ban in Kentucky. I think the abortion thing was the big factor there.
Boy, I'm befuddled, Steve. You know, all I can do is compare it to my world, okay? I go back when Kay was alive, and you know, she's in the hospital and stuff. And, you know, I had to make sure her clothes were clean. I needed a washer and dryer. Well, you know, we could usually, if we got, you know, any kind of appliance, you know, Kay was like all females. She was out there. She knew what she wanted. It'd be the same thing with Lisa. She ain't going to send you to look for a washer and dryer. She knows what she wants. She's going to go pick it out. Or am I wrong?
Oh yeah, you're right. That's absolutely. Yeah, she wants all the features that she's looking for. And I'd pick out the cheapest damn thing anyway. You know that.
Right. So with that in mind, I go looking for a washer and dryer. And so I go to, of all places, Lowe's. And I go look at the washer and dryers, and the salesperson on the floor come up. Can I help you? Yeah, explain this to me. Explain all these different features. They couldn't. He couldn't. He could not. Even though I needed that washer and dryer, and that was kind of what I was wanting, he could not explain the features to me. So guess what? I finally went to an appliance warehouse. Somebody that understood what the hell they were selling. And that's where I bought the washer and dryer, because they could explain to me, hey, this is how this particular product's going to affect you. And that's why I blame it on Trump, because I was talking to an individual, or even a couple of them, actually, they're not paying any type of an electric bill. And I said, how are you getting by with that? And they looked at me and said, we're poor. Now, you can be conservative all damn day long, but if President Trump's going to take away your ability to get your electric paid for, who are you going to vote for? That old individual that's keeping you in electricity that you don't have to pay for, that you and I have to go out here and work our butts off to pay for. And there are so many millions of these people out here, Steve. They might be conservative, but one thing they're not going to do is let somebody like Trump come in and hit their pocketbook, because Trump's, and even as an individual, now we're talking individual, he's yet to say any damn thing I'm interested in hearing. I've heard the same old. What are you going to do for Big Ed? I don't hear it. Now, what I see on the left if I decide to just shut it down, there's apparently a lot of programs out there that I can go get on my hands and knees and find somebody that'll pay my electric bill or give me groceries so I can eat. Are you with me? Are you understanding where I'm coming from?
Oh, I'm hearing you. You're saying there's an awful lot of people who who made the statement about when you can vote for a piece of the pie. Yeah, that's when you're in real trouble, and that's what people are voting for, a piece of the taxpayers' pie. What can you do for me? I mean, it's supposed to be what you can do for your country. That's the way it's supposed to be.
Right. Now, Trump is trying to sell that. I hear him selling that. There's no doubt in my mind. Now, because I'm more informed than your people that want a piece of the pie. See, it's called selective hearing. So they are more worried about that piece of the pie than they are like we are worried about our country as a whole. And that to me, that's how Kentucky voted back in their Democrat governor, and that Trump supported conservative black guy. And to me, that Trump supported conservative black guy had a good message. So, I mean, think about it. What was another state that they was talking about that was going to give them an indication of what 2024 might look like?
That was Virginia, and that again, Ed, came down to the abortion issue. The Virginia governor was looking to implement some stricter abortion restrictions. So they gave the House to the Democrats. The Senate was already had 2 points, a 2-vote lead in the Senate, but that was kind of a mandate that they're giving the Democrats control. The abortion thing is just resoundingly, as we saw in 2022. Remember, I cited earlier the red wave, the red tsunami. That when all of a sudden that Roe versus Wade comes down, that red tsunami magically disappeared.
Yeah. And it so apparently, okay, who does the abortion issue affect the most, male or female?
Well, obviously the females, and I am assuming that females, the message they're sending is they don't want any state, they don't want the federal government, they don't want anyone telling them what choices they can make, what decisions they can make. If they want to have an abortion at 15 weeks or 28 weeks, they want to be able to make their own choice.
Bingo. And so, now listen, I'm going someplace with this.
Okay.
So, with that being said, Big Ed and Pappy's out here working their asses off.
Yeah.
I'm out here driving down the road, and if I don't vote absentee, which most husbands, how many hairy-chested men do you see going to even worry about voting absentee? They're just going to leave it up to old wife at home to worry about that political stuff. So therefore, they're not going to vote. So the power of the vote swings back to the female population of the United States. From the narrative that I'm hearing you talk about.
Yeah.
Now, so Mississippi, did the Presley guy win, or did I believe they had a conservative Republican run in Mississippi.
I think Mississippi did go the conservative right.
Oh, did they? Okay. But I just some of the examples I'm using, I don't see, and I hear, unless Fox, right now all I get my news is a lot of my news from Fox. And they're really on this pushing this narrative that the far left really worried about Joe Biden continuing his quest to be reelected because of his mental abilities.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they're wanting somebody to step up, and then right now it seems they've got their eyes unofficially on Gavin Newsom out of California. And from what I'm hearing, Newsom and DeSantis are supposed to have a debate.
Yes.
That's where I think we can get our message changed, not from President Trump. Because they're going to get down to the brass tacks of, DeSantis, what are you doing, what he's done for his state of Florida. Because, my God, the people in Florida seem to be mighty happy down there. Lots of construction going on down there, Steve. Somebody's living right in Florida. I just come out of there. I could not believe the construction of these new retirement villages that they're building. It's crazy. And I'm sorry, Philip. I lived there once. I was visiting this weekend, and damned if I want to move back. The traffic is just horrendous. Crazy. Hell, I seen one guy pulling a double-axle trailer with a big old dually pickup. The right side fender was sticking out, and he's running down that third lane, 75 miles an hour, and the back wheels on the steel. I'm thinking, you surely look in your mirror and see them sparks flying out. You blow the rubber off that. But anyway, let's go back. So you get DeSantis and Newsom. If the news media will carry that debate live, maybe DeSantis can score some darn good conservative points. Because everybody knows, anybody outside of California knows all the policies that's going on out there that's just put a chokehold on people's ability.
Well, I said last evening, who in the hell on the right, man? Nobody in the rest of the country wants well, except for the liberals that love California. I mean, there's many in that state that are exiting California because they can't take it anymore. The taxes, I mean, the crime. Do you want that to become America?
Right, and that to me, DeSantis, not Trump, is the one that's going to save the conservative rights, Steve. I'm sorry, that's just the way I see it. If Trump, if they sit there and they nominate him, I know what's been done to him is not kosher and it's not fair. But he's not the one that's going to save America.
Okay, I'm going to pause there because the clock says we got to get a news break, if you know what I mean. But you may be right. You may be right, Ed. But we'll return after this. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has dismissed a GOP proposal linking Ukraine aid to border security.
A group of Senate Republicans released a proposal for border security that they want in exchange for Ukraine funding. And they know full well what they came up with is a total non-starter.
Speaking on the Senate floor, Schumer cautioned that Republican plan could impede the passage of funding for Ukraine's conflict with Russia. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is willing to consider brief pauses in the ongoing conflict with Hamas, despite rejecting calls for a ceasefire. The Israeli-Hamas war, which began with Hamas's surprise attack on Israel October 7th, has resulted in over 11,000 casualties on both sides of the conflict. Starting at 5 a.m. with Lance Pry here on USA News, he'll have the election results. Dave Collins, USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing and paying your taxes and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65. And you've paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you. And in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214. That's 800-778-8214.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And back at it here, the confirmation. Again, to ask about Mississippi. Mississippi's Republican governor, Tate Reeves, actually winning a second term in a conservative state where his party dominates. The challenger, Brandon Presley, who raised more money and made an aggressive push to give Democrats a rare statewide victory in the Deep South. Reeves said Mississippi has momentum, and this is Mississippi's time. To a cheering crowd of supporters. Let's see. The mood at Presley's party in Jackson, the capital city, was rather somber. And hours after the polls closed, he said, tonight's setback is a setback, but we're not going to lose hope. We elevated issues that had to be elevated in Mississippi. The race was unusually competitive for what is a Republican stronghold, but Reeves prevailed with a message focused on job creation, low unemployment, improvements in education. He also cast Presley as a liberal backed by out-of-state donors who are out of touch with true Mississippians. For you to believe Brandon Presley is anything that he says, you've got to believe everything in Mississippi's bad, is what Reeves had to say. All right, back to Big Ed. And
yeah, see, I think it was Laura Ingraham that's on that night on Fox.
Mm-hmm.
An hour before the polls closed, she had Reeves on her show. She said, okay, you got 1 hour. And at that time, I think things were kind of running neck and neck. And she said, tell the voters that's listening what your future is for Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
But he was so slick in the way he did it. And just what you said, he said, my opponent, all the money he's used to run for office has come from out-of-state donors. And he listed them off. Every damn big-time liberal wacko that's got money in their pockets was funneling money to Mr. Presley in Mississippi. And so sounds like he sold his agenda perfectly. Because I was thinking, man, if I was in Mississippi and I was voting, I would be hauling my ass to the polls right now. And so, yeah, see, it's whoever is going to sell that narrative to make the people understand. He made those people in Mississippi. As far as I know, I don't think they're struggling down there. I don't see people struggling in Florida either. Somebody's doing something right down there. More so than California, because there ain't nobody packing their bags that I know of and hauling ass to California. Unless, Pappy, we was talking one day, and he mentioned to me that you had talked about moving out there. I don't know. I think that could be it. I'm not trying to spread no rumors, Steve.
Yeah, right. Okay, I hear you.
Liberal in the sky. But anyway, now let me compare one more apple to orange, okay? I've got an issue, and I've been having an issue with my air conditioner. Now, I know it's cold winter. Everybody says, well, why the hell you need an air conditioner? Well, when you go into the great state of Texas or down to Florida, you need an air conditioner. One's going to work in the wintertime. And so 3 months ago, I go to Oklahoma City, and I the guy that worked on it, he was, and I'm not going to mention big truck stops or anything, but he said, "Man, you need a new compressor." And I thought, no, something else is wrong. But who am I to argue? I'm not a certified mechanic, and he was supposedly a certified AC tech. But so he replaced the air conditioner or the compressor, and then he juices up my AC. Well, it lasted every bit of 1 month.
Mm.
So once again, I thought, okay, I've got a small leak in there somewhere. Something's leaking the juice out.
Yep.
So I just happened to get lucky, and I got that Florida load. And I thought, what a better place to go to a mechanic in Florida. That's all the hell they do, work on air conditioners, and let them troubleshoot this sucker. Well, he found my problem. And so, unfortunately, he couldn't get the part before he was supposed to got a part, and, I'd reloaded out of Tampa, and then I was going to come back by, and we were going to get it fixed up. So, the other place I can go is Texas. So, hopefully, after I get unloaded today, I'm going to be latching on a load going to Texas, because my load planner knows I've got to get that fixed. Like I told him, that'll keep me up here in this cold country, because daytime ain't so bad, but when I sleep at night, I can't sleep in a hot truck. So, once again, I'm going where I can get the issue fixed and somebody understands what the issue is. And that's the way these voters need to. Each state, we got to have somebody now. Now we're going to make it about every state. Are you with where I'm going? Now we're going to make it all about every state. And we got to have a leader that has a better grip on what's going on throughout the United States of America for each individual state. Now, President Trump's a hell of a good world leader, if that's the right term to use. But to me, he's not good for each individual state and the consumers or the voters or how everyday life is affecting us. Did anything I've said make any sense?
It absolutely makes sense, but I kind of hearken back to after that first debate when you kind of chastised me for not paying attention because nobody else watched, and it got worse for the second debate.
That hurts my feelings. Go ahead.
And then, well, there's a debate tonight. I mean, who's going to tune in? Nobody cares. I mean, but you look at the facts. Just the fact is, what you say makes perfect sense, but it's pretty much, the foregone conclusion that Trump's going to get that damn nomination. A headline from the Guardian this morning: University of North Florida study shows Governor DeSantis trailing Trump by 39 points among Republican voters in his own state, Florida.
I find that. But who's putting that narrative out there? Is it these liberal news media outlets that's putting that out there?
I don't know what
let me ask you: do you believe that? Steve, not with what I went. Does Philip believe that? Philip seems like a pretty knowledgeable guy. I don't believe it. Not after what I witnessed down there in Florida this weekend. I don't believe that for 1 second, but I can damn sure go to California and believe what I see out there and who's running that state.
Well, and Eagle mentioned earlier pretty much the same question, but in the reverse. Polls showing 48% of the populace supports Joe Biden. Who in the hell in their right mind is supporting what is happening in this country with the inflation and the cost, the interest rates?
You're right.
Where does it come from?
It's coming from the liberal news media who you just talked about it, wanting control of the internet. When you list off those names of people who've been censored, you forgot to include yourself in there, Steve. Because my friend, you were censored. What'd they do? They fired you. Well, I better term, told you hit the road, Jack.
Well, and then, of course, I did mention the fact that as far as social media, YouTube, I mean, why are we not on YouTube? Well, because we talk conservative values.
And so, then it goes back to who is listening. These people got this down to a damn science. Just like they know that the female is the one that's going to probably be casting the vote, so they're going to hit them right in their heartstrings. And that's the message they're going to pour in. And we, as conservatives, can bark all day long, but if we don't sell our message, we're going to lose. That's what's going to happen. I'm standing behind it. I think DeSantis is the only one that's going to be able to pull the conservative Americans up by our bootstraps and fight this. I just don't see President Trump doing it. I ain't got nothing against President Trump. He was a great world leader. But as they say, times change. You and I have got to figure out I got to figure out where do I fit into the future. So let's say it comes down to President Trump and Joe Biden. And to me, it's an important decision that I have to make. Who am I going to vote for? Am I going to vote for somebody who's going to put food on my table when I finally do shut it down? Or am I going to vote for somebody that's going to, America as a whole, that we're under attack, and he's going to fight them tooth and nail so that we can continue to be the land of the free and the home of the brave. But anyway, that's my spew on it, Steve. I just wanted to chime in on that. And you can thank Pappy if he wouldn't have texted me last night about his dumbassery. you wouldn't have heard from me today. So I hope I just made you miserable.
All right.
I love you, brother. Thank you.
Thanks, Big Ed. All right. Try to get some sleep. Okay, so yes, and I mean we've known for years the polls are wrong. In some cases, 4%, 5% off, but yeah, there ain't no polls been off by 39% or 30%. But that's, and it's poll after poll around the country, and I have no idea what this particular University of North Florida, if that would be considered a conservative or a left or leaning sort of poll. But that just comes down this morning. A new poll shows Florida's hard right governor, Ron DeSantis, falling even further behind Trump in his own state. One day before the embattled candidate for the Republican nomination takes the debate stage in Miami tonight. So DeSantis is on the debate stage tonight. Trump not on the stage. He'll be holding his own rally there with Nikki Haley. Study by the University of North Florida, published this past day, Tuesday, shows DeSantis trailing Trump by 39 points, 60-21. Now, if they're off even by 10 points, it's still 29 points. Now, this is among Florida Republican voters, with former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley a distant third at 6%. Back in July, Florida Atlantic University gave Trump a 50-30 lead over DeSantis, a similar hypothetical primary election. In a straight head-to-head matchup, Trump holds a 59-29 advantage, 12% not making a choice, which would never fill in if they all went for DeSantis. It would never fill in the gap there. Despite historically high approval in the polls, DeSantis is losing steam in his home state, and that doesn't bode well for the national campaign. Even if you wipe out the rest of the competition in a head-to-head, Trump leads DeSantis by 20 points. The Florida poll reflects DeSantis' plunging popularity nationally as he struggles to keep his once healthy campaign afloat. The dip in his own state, where he was reelected governor a year ago by a 20% margin, is particularly galling. Trump's going to host his rival rally in Hialeah tonight, a few miles from downtown Miami's debate stage. Trump has seized on DeSantis' stumbles, calling him a wounded bird fallen from the sky. Even Haley has also mocked DeSantis during a recent surge in her popularity to an unlikely position as the leading alternative to Trump in several of the early primary states. We'll see if he can run in them, she said of DeSantis' campaign. She was in her cowboy boots, high heels, some more serious attacks over his foreign policy relating to Ukraine, the Gaza conflicts, China. So, Nikki Haley, I think, has surged to second. I can't recall. Was it in Iowa, maybe? I can't recall. New Hampshire. But for what it's worth, back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, before we run out of time this hour, I did promise we'd get to overtime pay for truck drivers. Where earlier this year, the Department of Labor had proposed to restore and extend overtime protections to more than 3.6 million salaried workers. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association using the comment period as an opportunity to promote removing the long-standing overtime exemption for motor carriers. OOIDA advocates, of course, for the rights of truck drivers. They want the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 amended to require truckers receive overtime compensation when they work more than 40 hours a week. Remember, this was enacted in 1938 to prevent truckers from working excessive hours, but it now prevents them from receiving adequate compensation in this modern trucking industry. Comments that were filed this past day, Tuesday, November 7th. Ironically, this exemption is now part of the reason why drivers regularly work more than 40 hours a week. A typical driver can work as much as 70 hours a week, but is paid by the mile. All those hours spent fueling up, checking equipment, waiting to be loaded or unloaded, none of it shows up on a paycheck. Now, OOIDA said it is essential for truck drivers' time to be valued. In the current system, shippers and receivers often have no incentive to get the driver back on the road. While denying guaranteed overtime pay is first and foremost unfair to truckers, the motor carrier exemption also contributes to supply chain inefficiency. For far too long, the industry has generally only offered compensation for detention time if that wait exceeds 2 hours. But even this pay is not provided to all drivers. As a result, throughout the supply chain, shippers, receivers, others do not have any financial incentive to load and unload these trucks in an efficient manner. Now, in addition to the letter to the Department of Labor, they did help craft the Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act. This bill would amend the Fair Labor Standards Act to require overtime for truck drivers. It was introduced in the previous congressional session. It's expected to be reintroduced soon. If the Fair Labor Standard Act motor carrier exemption is repealed, drivers would either be fairly compensated for the extra hours they work, or shippers and receivers would find ways to reduce those delays to avoid paying overtime. The Department of Labor's proposed rule would guarantee overtime pay for most salaried workers earning less than $1,059 per week, or about $55,000 a year. We acknowledge that this notice of proposed rulemaking excludes transportation workers. Regardless, it's important that the department understand the effect this exception on truck drivers and the industry as a whole. If this exemption was eliminated, drivers would otherwise qualify for overtime pay. That's where it stands, and Scarecrow on board. Morning, Scarecrow.
Yeah, buddy. Oh, man, I am concerned, Steve. We all should be concerned. For the most part, I received pretty much the same message from Pappy there as what Big Ed was talking about. Steve, this is about the third. I would refer to this as a brain fart situation. This is the third time in like a week, Steve. I think on Monday's program, if I remember right, there was an incident last night. I may be off last night, I may be off a day, but that could be a brain fart taking over on my part too. But no, Steve, this is the third incident. Now we may have to get hold of Mercedes there and get a leash on Dad and take real close attention to what's taking place there. We'll be paying very close attention here the next couple of nights here, Pappy. Be on your guard. Oh man, Steve. I was thinking too. Anybody that was with us there Sunday night, Monday's program, they've probably been wondering whatever happened to Crow's wayward beaver. Now, you might note I did not say my beaver. There's some that are taking notes right now.
Yes, the wayward beaver that showed up in the yard shouldn't be out in their neck of the woods.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. Well, and then to clue everybody in, this beaver Friday evening strolled through our property. A young thing. He looked like a juvenile, and he is several miles from water in any direction. And I speculated he's either sick or he's looking for a home, looking for water. So yesterday, Steve, I did call the DNR office in La Crosse and talked to the wildlife expert, and she said he probably got kicked out of the den last spring by Mom, making room for the new batch, and now he's been spending the time roaming around looking for a body of water to call home.
So looking for a place where he can build his own dam. He ain't allowed to build it on Mama's property. Is that? We pause there. Hey, but look at there. We got a full final hour yet to come. If you can stick around, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has dismissed a GOP proposal linking Ukraine aid to border security.
A group of Senate Republicans released a proposal for border security that they want in exchange for Ukraine funding. And they know full well what they came up with is a total non-starter.
Speaking on the Senate floor, Schumer cautioned that Republican plan could impede the passage of funding for Ukraine's conflict with Russia. The proposal entails the construction of a border wall and the overhaul of asylum laws, including raising the threshold for asylum requests. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is willing to consider brief pauses in the ongoing conflict with Hamas, despite rejecting calls for a ceasefire. The Israeli-Hamas war, which began with Hamas's surprise attack on Israel October 7th, has resulted in over 11,000 casualties on both sides of the conflict. The White House is downplaying recent polls that indicate President Biden is behind Donald Trump in crucial battleground states.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre advising caution when interpreting the polls, suggesting they should be taken with a grain of salt.
Back in October of 22, there were multiple stories about how there was going to be a red wave, Democrats were going to be wiped out, and we're not talking about that.
According to a survey conducted by the New York Times and Siena College, Trump is leading Biden in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. I'm John Schaefer.
The actor strike may be ending soon, as SAG and AFTRA and the studios have reportedly settled on AI usage terms. Negotiations have focused on AI likeness and revenue sharing. The final phase of discussions between lead negotiators and studios is scheduled for next Tuesday, potentially concluding the over 3-month strike. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The father of the man accused of killing 7 and injuring dozens at a 4th of July parade in Highland Park, Illinois last year has pleaded guilty to reckless conduct charges. Prosecutors say he was criminally reckless when signing his son Bobby Cremo's application for an Illinois firearm owner's identification card about 3 years prior to the massacre when he was underage. The suspect was 21 at the time of the shooting. About 12:35 earlier this afternoon, Baltimore police were involved in a shooting when they encountered a suspected armed individual on Brunswick Street. The person fled to Wilkins Avenue wielding a handgun with an extended magazine and pointed it at the officer during a confrontation.
At one point, the suspect turned and pointed his weapon towards the officers. Multiple officers opened fire, striking the individual.
He was transported to shock trauma and later died. Another officer, who was initially thought to have been shot but was not, was also taken to the hospital. A judge is giving prosecutors until next month to hand over DNA evidence in the Idaho student murder case. The judge set the deadline so he can determine what evidence is admissible. Brian Koberger is accused in the fatal stabbings of University of Idaho students last November. The Los Angeles Chargers are now 4-4 after their big win over the New York Jets on Monday Night Football. The Chargers defense racked up 8 sacks and forced 3 turnovers as LA cruised to a 27-6 win. The Jets had a 3-game winning streak snapped and fell to 4-4. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Like yesterday, lawmakers in our nation's capital kind of shocked. Nobody thought it could come to this. An active shooter scenario in Capitol Hill? Washington, D.C. on lockdown? Well, yeah, politics can lead a lot of people to do crazy things. According to authorities, an unnamed man armed with an AR-15 was apprehended in a park near the Capitol building on Tuesday. Capitol police officers just arrested a man with a gun in the park across from Union Station, was the post on X from Capitol Police. At this time, we have no reason to believe there's an ongoing threat. We're working to gather more info. We'll put out more details. When confirmed, they stated that the park and the suspect's possessions were examined out of an abundance of caution. Suspect remained in police custody Tuesday afternoon. Authorities verified to Fox News the suspect was in possession of an AR-15 that he was operating alone. Authorities limited access near the Capitol due to the extensive police action. There were several road closures. People advised to avoid the area. Now, this just 3 days after authorities detained two people in possession of firearms after they smashed a stolen car into a barricade near the Capitol. Those two suspects from Washington, D.C., both 20 years old, ultimately arrested for a variety of offenses: carrying a pistol without a license, unauthorized use of a vehicle, unlawful possession of a machine gun. In a press release, they said the suspects were idling at a green light near Union Station in a stolen white Infiniti Q50. When an officer noted the driver appeared to be inebriated. When he tried to pull him over, the driver sped away. That's crashing into the Capitol Police roadblock. The two then rushed away from the crash, which happened to be near the Capitol Police headquarters. Tried to flee, but were ultimately apprehended in the vicinity. They later examined the stolen vehicle, seizing two Glock handguns, one of which featured something called a giggle switch that allowed the weapon to be converted into essentially an automatic machine gun type handgun. Capitol Police said this year they've confiscated more than 30 guns, as all weapons are prohibited on Capitol grounds, even if you have a gun that's legally registered in another state or the District of Columbia. Can't have the guns on the Capitol grounds. Back to Scarecrow. Yes, sir.
Well, Steve, with the program slowly moving in on Friday once again, Asshole of the Week nominations will no doubt be rolling in steady here by tomorrow.
Yeah.
And the program is, we've never had never had any shortage of qualifiers and such. The roster seems to always, fill up. And frequently, these are a lot of times the hold my beer and watch this, type individuals. Those that they don't thoroughly think through about what's going to transpire and the unintended consequences and such. Now, on the way down this evening, last night, events transpired that got to thinking, well, wait a minute, this is not an all-inclusive class to be nominated to. See, we need to establish a new division of heroes of the week, call them at the moment here. We will call them, how about the ass-hole of the week? Steve, once upon a time, there was an online retailer that grew and grew and grew on the premise of selling cheap Chinese knockoff goods to the masses. Millions and millions of dollars rolling in. This company, they established distribution centers all across the country, and they got to the point, well, we could just as well transport our own product and such. So they invested in these trailers, Steve. They didn't invest in power equipment or such. We can farm that out to anyone and everyone. They don't have to necessarily know what the hell they're doing, but you've known my love for this said company from the past. They seem to have I must have a bullseye on my back. They seem to track me down on a routine basis here. The prime example, Steve, on the way down tonight, this truck was maybe a quarter mile behind me, a few hundred yards up. I can see another truck slowing down. There's an upcoming exit. He braked, I suppose, to knock his cruise off, and I could see him slowing. His right signal comes on, so I shift lanes, and I'm gaining on him at my ever so slow 65 mile an hour. But either way, I'm up to him, sure, just about up to him, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
And thought, where are these headlights that were right behind me? They should still be behind me. He should have shifted lanes by now. Well, Steve, this individual with pulling this blue trailer, as I've described in the past, with this male appendage stretched out across the side of this trailer. Now he's up alongside me. He's in the right lane, the same lane this truck is going to be exiting from. Steve, this individual had no intentions of slowing down. He was going to do anything, everything he could to squeeze between me and this truck that is down to maybe 20 miles an hour now. Well, it did not work for him. He literally all but had to lock the brakes up to keep running into that guy.
Yeah.
Now, see, this is the same. We hear about these multi-truck crashes. And I am certain to it. Now, we know what the lack of sleep and such plays a key in a lot of this, but also the members of this ball-to-the-wall group that have no concern about those around them, no concern about what's taking place behind them or the consequences. Yeah, I'm profiling here now, ain't I? Well, fact is fact. So, Steve, here is my first nominee to that new class of, well, they're not just truck drivers, but in this case, if there's a lack of respect for anybody, is there a percentage below zero, Steve? Is there such a thing as a negative percentage?
Not that I'm familiar with, no.
That's pretty much how, that'd be about how much respect I have for this particular group of drivers and such, that they have done absolutely nothing, in my view, to gain any respect. I'm sorry for you guys that I have to group you all together, but come on, let's be professionals about it. Other than that, Steve, there was one thing I wanted to bring up last night, but I wanted to confirm my numbers and details. It was something I read last weekend, but unfortunately I deleted it. Couldn't find it yesterday. You may have run into this same story. It's about the electric vehicles now and the trucking side of things. This is up in Canada, and this individual, he's deep into the logging industry and such, and apparently Canada has the same pushes we have down here to convert to the EV industry.
Correct.
To shorten this story up, Steve, I read a story. It starts out word for word, and as it goes on, I skip, and pretty soon I'm jumping from paragraph to paragraph. But I'm reasonably certain he's afraid he'd run all the numbers, and there's a new hydroelectric dam under construction in Canada. And he said, at least as I recall, that this dam would not even provide all the electricity required to regenerate power for the trucking industry just involved in the logging, which is huge in Canada. That's basically the title again was truths about the EV industry.
Correct.
And such. I wish I could have found that to get more of the details about it. But yes, and this is quite the dam. It's been a forever project. It was like $32 billion they've spent on it so far. But so yeah, there's we hear these stories on and on and on again, but they don't seem to be affecting the powers that be that are pushing for it. So that's what I truly had for you there, Steve. So I appreciate you for taking us on board once again.
I think we touched on some of those numbers last week as well for the electrification of a facility that could recharge just 50 electric trucks, not the automobiles. And he talked about the sheer weight of those batteries and how much juice it takes to charge those electric trucks. And it was charging a facility to charge 50 electric trucks, drawing the same draw as the equivalent of a small town. We don't have the infrastructure to do all the charging. All right. Scarecrow, good to hear from you. Thanks for chiming in. What do we got? 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, going back a number of months, we talked about removing medical debt from credit scores. Remember that story? I guess it's been in the process for some time now. The share of American consumers with medical debt on their credit reports has declined dramatically over the past year as major credit rating agencies have removed small unpaid bills and debts that were less than a year old, according to the Urban Institute. At the same time, millions of Americans have seen their credit scores improve, making it easier for many to get a job, rent an apartment, or get a car. They say it's a pretty big change, affects a lot of people. The analysis found that as of August this year, just 5% of adults with a credit report had a medical debt on the report, down from almost 14% 2 years ago. They also found that those with a medical debt on their credit report in August of last year saw their Vantage credit score improve over the next year from an average of 585 to an average of 615. That moved many customers or consumers out of the subprime category, which that's typically your highest interest rates on loans and credit cards, if you can even get either. Now, your improved score does not mean the medical debts have been eliminated. Hospitals, doctors, other providers still pursue patients for unpaid bills. Many continue to sue patients, place liens on their homes, or sell their debts. But the credit reporting changes appear to be mitigating one of the more widespread effects of medical debt that for years has undermined the financial security of tens of millions of people around the country. Credit scores depressed by medical debt, for example, can threaten people's access to housing and even fuel homelessness. As cities like Denver struggle to make homes more affordable, medical debt keeps housing out of reach for millions of people. In total, about 27 million people experienced a significant improvement in their credit score. Now, whatever Vantage score is, that they use a slightly different technology than FICO. Back in January, they stopped using any medical debt to calculate scores. Not everybody's in support of it, though. Obviously, many of the doctors, there's dermatologists, some major consumer credit reporting agencies have been sued, claiming that with fewer medical debts appearing on credit reports, patients would have less of an incentive to pay their doctor bills, potentially billions of dollars worth. And that's actually pending in the courts right now. But just an update for you here. Vic checks in here on hey, what day is it, Vic? Any idea? I don't think we've heard that this morning, have we?
Yeah, no, it's hump day, Wednesday. Well, shoot, I was going to give you the German day. Tomorrow's Donnerstag. That's Thursday for some reason. The Wednesday escaped me there. But I was listening to Scarecrow talking about that beaver up there looking for a home. And, the snakes are looking for their wintering right now. And there are two famous snake roads that I know of. One's in southern Illinois in the Shawnee National Forest. And the other one's up there around Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, just off of Wisconsin 50. And I don't know what the deal is down there at the Manchester Scales, but they have some sort of it's just like one protected species or something in Tennessee. But when you see that happening, you know that winters are coming, I guess is the easiest way to put it. But real quick, you were talking about that, the overtime, that Fair Labor Standards Act, overtime protection. Years ago, they had that circadian rhythm built into the logging provisions, the hours of service provisions, I should say. And then they got into that whole changing it and deregulation and everything else, and that went by the wayside along with some other things. and that kind of controlled a lot of the deals with companies holding you up and shippers and everything else. But when they did away with ICC, all those protections went, and that's really what made it so much worse. And that's when they should have instituted the Fair Labor Standards Act back then, because companies make money off of holding people up. They get detention pay, and they sometimes don't give any to the drivers, or just a smattering of it, a whole lot of other things. But what I called in about was last night, whenever I was talking about the way our government treats foreign entities better than domestic entities. Well, lo and behold, just after I got off, I went to China in Focus on TV. Actually, they were working on our internet. I didn't have any internet, so I went to the regular broadcast TV. But the individual that was on there, they said that this artificial intelligence, basically China has taken that over, and it somehow, some way, they figured out how to program in a communist narrative. You were mentioning about all the different social medias, and that's what they were talking about, that they're basically programming all these young kids and everything else. They know how to program them into thinking in a communist way of thinking rather than in a capitalist way of thinking. That was kind of above my breakfast, all that stuff they were talking about. But I could see that, because if you look at it and you look back at what the Democrats have done, they're always promising stuff, and that's how they keep winning elections. And the Republicans keep shooting themselves in the foot, like you mentioned, the abortion issue, the whole thing with devil's lettuce there, the marijuana, and then also they were mentioning, the Republicans were mentioning that, well, we're going to have to do something about entitlements. And what they were talking about is the Social Security and Medicaid, or not Medicaid, but Medicare. And the simple fact of the matter is everybody paid into that. But one of the reasons that Medicare and all these others are going broke, I don't know if you pay much attention to these ads on TV, but Medicare has now gotten with these Advantage programs to where they're paying people's housing, they're paying, get so much for rent, not rent, but groceries, cell phones. There's nothing to do with medical care there. And that's going to be a pretty hard sell, as why do you want to cut actual medical care, which the Affordable Care Act was supposed to do away with all that, but it obviously hasn't. Medical debt's a big issue. And so why the Republicans even said that the first thing they're going to have to look at is the so-called entitlement programs. I do agree with them. They need to look at them, but they need to look at what these Advantage programs are giving away.
Right, and that's kind of what Big Ed was alluding to earlier, right? Who's going to vote to take food off their table, right? Yeah, hold that thought, because it is news break time. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has dismissed a GOP proposal linking Ukraine aid to border security.
A group of Senate Republicans released a proposal for border security that they want in exchange for Ukraine funding. And they know full well what they came up with is a total non-starter.
Speaking on the Senate floor, Schumer cautioned that Republican plan could impede the passage of funding for Ukraine's conflict with Russia. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is willing to consider brief pauses in the ongoing conflict with Hamas, despite rejecting calls for a ceasefire. The Israeli-Hamas war, which began with Hamas's surprise attack on Israel October 7th, has resulted in over 11,000 casualties on both sides of the conflict. Starting at 5 a.m. with Lance Pry here on USA News, he'll have the election results. Dave Collins, USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing and paying your taxes and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65, and you've paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you. And in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214. That's 800-778-8214.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now let me get back and give Vic a chance to finish things up here. Welcome back, Vic.
Okay. Yeah. You earlier you were talking about Trump. I seen a thing the other day to where his net worth is actually increased by $500,000.
I saw that. Yes.
Since he had left.
Left.
And the other thing that I'm going to pick on China here, because China is having a lot of financial troubles, and you never hear anything about it. that Evergrande and all that other stuff, all they say is, well, you know, they didn't have the expected economic activity. Well, that's kind of an understatement. But they own a lot of property here in the United States. And Senator Grassley out of Iowa has been trying to make sure that they don't get agricultural subsidies. But China is still getting agricultural subsidies. And when you see these ridiculous prices for agricultural land, I suspect China is driving a lot of that. I've seen where the Air Force now is upset about China's wanting to build windmills, or is building windmills, because it's affecting their basically all their services. You know, I guess it upsets their Doppler radar and whatever. And the point is that those windmills and stuff, I think that they're getting subsidized, and a lot of them's actually being built in China, and that's costing the government an awful lot of money. Plus, China is also, whenever, like I mentioned about like the hog farms and everything, the last I seen, maybe some of the hog farmers out there, each hog they're losing, I think it was like $20 per hog or something like that, which that will drive the individual American farming out of business. And of course, China being state supported and owning Smithfield, they could stand that for a long time, and then it will become monopolized. And the government, I don't know, well, I almost said the wrong thing there, but I don't know where their head is. But why in the world they keep subsidizing this competition to the detriment of American enterprises is beyond me. And they just keep spending all this money and spending all this money. And I don't know, and the Republicans are not very good at picking their fights. Back in 2022, whatever her name is, they call her KJP. You know, we were supposed to have the red tsunami. Pelosi picked that fight, which I still don't understand, because she knew she was going to lose the speakership. And they barely scraped that out. And I still think that whole deal with her flying to Taiwan, I think that was a put-up deal that was coordinated with the Chinese, because she got the Republicans to jump on her side instead of saying, no, you violated all of our protocol and put the country at risk. Instead, everybody jumped on her side, and that kind of upset some people because she could show she was tough. We come up here now, we had that speaker debate, which needed to happen, but it didn't need to happen right before the election. And I'd seen some reports to where that Ron McDaniel had been the chairman of the Republican Party, was making a lot of gains into some of these other states and had a lot of groundwork in place, and it's spent a lot of money. Now, how accurate that is, I can't testify to that because I'm not privy to a lot of the information, but I could see where it would work, because that really made the Republicans look kind of silly. And then we go back to the old emotional issues, abortion, and that's like the deal now with the border. They keep coming back to the wall. Well, you know, that's kind of an irritant to people, because that they didn't like it being built in the first place. Instead of coming back and saying, you know, we're going to have increased security, what do you call it, a virtual wall, you know, with drones and sensors and all that type of stuff. And we're going to have to get more people to the courts to process these people instead of waiting 5, 6, 7, 8 years. Well, by that time, you know, they're loose here in the country, and that's it. So the Republicans are going to have to smarten up just a little bit. And the issue is, like I was saying, the whole deal, why we are subsidizing foreign countries to come in here to the detriment of our native businesses, domestic businesses was the term I was actually looking for. That's what I absolutely can't understand. And there's way more of these giveaway programs, like I mentioned in the Medicare program that they want to cut back. If you have an Advantage program, the way that works is the government pays these insurance companies. They pay these insurance companies to cover the Medicare people, and I'm on one, and I haven't used it in 3 years. Basically, ever since I got out of the truck. So somebody's making a boatload of money off me, and the other thing too is they even pay for over-the-counter prescription things. I said prescription, just regular over-the-counter medicine. So if your over-the-counter medicine has went up a little bit, that might be one of the causes of it.
Mm-hmm.
So everything that you look at, and back to the farming thing, you see, farmers don't hedge their crops very much anymore. They get on these government subsidized insurance programs, and they have so many variations of that. It's unbelievable. I think you have a couple of farmers still call in. They'll have to explain all that, but you can get insurance to where you get so much money. You can get insurance on yield. You can get insurance on weather. I mean, it's totally ridiculous.
Even if you don't, in some cases, even if you don't plant, you'll get some return on the land you didn't plant. All right, Vic, you brought up I've been kind of hanging on to this when it comes to this going green energy. And we've highlighted electric vehicles night after night, electric trucks. The infrastructure is not there. They keep talking about, we're going to build windmills, and we're going to decommission the coal. Ørsted, ever heard of them? It's a Danish company. They are a leading offshore wind farm developer. Well, they announced last week they're going to write off as much as $5.6 billion, with a B, billion dollars, as they give up on plans to build 2 wind farms off the coast of New Jersey. Further evidence that offshore wind in the United States is going through a major shakeup. And this is more crimping the Biden administration's plans to make windmills a critical component of its plans to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Apparently, high inflation, soaring interest rates are making these planned projects that looked like winners several years ago no longer profitable. Surprise, surprise. Ørsted's chief executive says the world has in many ways, from a macroeconomic and industry point of view, turned upside down. These 2 projects, known as Ocean Wind 1 and 2, were destined to provide green energy to New Jersey. Offshore wind and other parts of the renewable industry have hit some snags in Europe as well, especially in Britain. But he said the problems are more acute in the United States because early contracts lacked protection from inflation. And developers incurred high costs because of delays in approvals going back to the previous administration under Trump. The company's stock price fell about 20% with the announcement last Wednesday morning. The company reported a loss of about $3.2 billion in the third quarter and warned that these write-downs, essentially a reduction in the value of the company's investments, would have what it called an impact on Ørsted's finances. They're writing off about $4 billion now. The company estimates that they may take another charge of the currency is krone, 11 billion krone, 28 billion krones, about $4 billion. Now, last week as well, BP, the London-based energy giant, said they're going to write down $540 million on 3 planned wind projects off of New York. State authorities declined to renegotiate their terms. BP says they're looking at future plans for these schemes in light of the decision. All of a sudden, all these planned big wind projects are falling apart. Now, let's take a look at examples from other parts of the world where I've been saying we're getting the cart ahead of the horse there in Europe and the European Union. Germany, for instance, they've been in a race to decommission all the coal plants, the backbone of their national power system, both coal and nuclear. All of a sudden, the coalition government's finance minister points out that the arbitrary coal-free goal date of 2030, we may be making a mistake. Germany's finance minister has questioned the wisdom of rushing towards a coal-free future when there is no reliable source of energy to replace it, voicing concerns at a time of record-high energy bills. If you continue to constrain supply, forcing plants to shut down, that's not going to help the market. Germany had agreed last year to phase out their coal by 2030. They had earlier planned a 2038 date. But much like this Biden administration, let's just move it up, get the cart ahead of the horse. Speaking to the Westerman Daily newspaper, he was asked about his opposition to the discussed support plan to help German industry, including subsidized electricity, to make them more competitive on the global market. Now, this is a liberal politician, said the problem with the subsidy is the taxpayers ultimately pay the price either way. It's either through their bill or through a levy. And the best answer is to make electricity cheaper with greater supply. Put simply, energy is expensive when it is scarce. That's why this is not the time to shut down power plants until it's clear that replacement energy is available and affordable. We should end the dreams of phasing out coal by the year 2030. I mean, this date, he goes on to, this date has no effect on the climate anyway, as the CO2 emissions saved in Germany are allowed to be generated additionally in Poland, for example, due to the European rules. And that's kind of what we're doing with the rest of the world. Every country that's cutting back, trying to go green, China is just adding coal generating sources. Yeah, for every coal plant we shut down, they're probably opening up 2 new coal-fired plants. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thank you much. Welcome back. Let's get to Brother Rambler here. What's going on?
Hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it?
Almost got to the end of the show without a hump day.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. I hadn't heard that said all night tonight. I've heard it said that I wear a pink tutu, and that's not true. I heard it said that I like to partake in the devil's lettuce. That's definitely not true. Now, if someone would have called up and said that I partake in the Holy Ghost, well, then now you're telling the truth. Praise God. Want to give a shout out to our friends at 1490 Talk of the Cajun Prairie. Praise God. That 1,000-watt flamethrower out of Eunice, Louisiana, represents Lake Charles and Lafayette, Steve, and little old communities like Butte La Rose down there in Louisiana, down there in Cajun country. So, you know what? We need some of those Cajuns to actually give us a call and be a first-time caller, Steve. You know, I do believe that Hot Shot Secret does work good for outboard motors. Now, I know that some of those Cajuns that listen to 1490 Talk of the Cajun Prairie, representing Eunice, Louisiana, Butte La Rose, Louisiana, Lake Charles, Louisiana, and Lafayette, Louisiana, they have boats. There's a lot of Cajuns that have boats down there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. And they got the twin Yamaha 250s, maybe a one Yamaha 250. You know what? Hot Shot Secret does work for outboard motors. And all you need to do, Steve, look, if you come up to me and I'm you know, and I got a boat, you know, let's say a 30-foot Boston whaler with trips on the back. Trips is three engines. You know, that's for getting out there in the Gulf. I don't know if it's good for being out there in the bayou. But if you come up to me and you say, Brother Ambler, all you have to do is call this show, talk to a guy named Steve Summers, you get a $60 voucher. Guess what I'm doing? I'm picking up the phone. I'm letting my fingers do the walking, and I'm calling up a guy named Steve Summers because I want this Hot Shot Secret, and I want to put it in my outboard motor because I heard it does work for that. So let's get some of those Cajuns down there in 1490 Talk of the Cajun Prairie to give us a call. Be a first-time caller. Get yourself a $60 voucher. Good for any Hot Shot Secret product when you go visit hotshotsecret.com. And Steve, tell the fine folks down there in 1490 Talk of the Cajun Prairie what they can also get if they visit your Facebook page, and it has a website that they can go and purchase. What was that caller wearing? A T-shirt? Did you say? Please tell our Cajun friends.
That's overnightdriveradio.com there, or you can find us on Facebook as well, Overnight Drive Radio. Yeah, get your Steve Summers Overnight Drive T-shirts, hats, mugs, stickers, deals on Hot Shot Secret products as well there, overnightdriveradio.com.
That is correct. And look, we got Christmas coming right around the corner, and those make great stocking stuffers, so don't forget about that. All right, God's children, I love you, and don't forget to come by and visit Determined Ministries Church. You know, we are a church for you, and we love you to death, God's children, and thank you for all the prayers. And look, this old boy here does love you. We stood up, and we definitely pray for you. And I know some of the elections didn't go the way people wanted it. I want to encourage you all, don't focus on the White House. Focus on the big house, on where you're going to go when you leave this world. Because God's children, you go one or two places. You go to a God's glorious heaven, or you go down to a devil's red hell. And I want to avoid a devil's red hell. So come on, pay us a visit. You know, you got prayer requests, let us know. And be sure to, once again, call up this show, be a first-time caller, all our Cajun friends at 1490 Talk of the Cajun Prairie. And Steve Summers is a pretty easy person to talk to. And remember this, God's children, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and Steve, thank you for taking my call. And what day is it again? What day is it?
Maybe let's try to find out here. Hey, what day is it?
Hump Day. Mike.
Hey, yeah, all right.
Oh,
you decided
been in and out of the truck all night.
You waited to the last minute to sneak in, huh?
Well, I've been on hold 4 or 5 times. Just ain't had time to hold out long enough.
I know. I saw you up there.
So anyway, so I guess the big question of the day is, and I didn't hear anybody ask it. So when you're there at the amusement park, I heard this on your news there. When you're there at the amusement park, there you're down at the Mouse House, and you're standing in one of them 3-4 hour lines to wait to get on your ride. What do you do when you start prairie dogging, Your Honor?
I have never opted to just crap my pants because I couldn't wait for the I've never heard of such thing. I don't know. Please tell me they're at least preparing by wearing Depends or something.
Well, I thought maybe they were running off and sneaking underneath Minnie's dress or something there, or running out there and in the Goofy Mobile or something there. I mean, if they're having to do the cleanup there, like out there in San Francisco and that. I didn't know, maybe,
I've never
maybe
been.
The shrubbery,
I've never been
maybe
to
the shrubbery's well fertilized.
I've never been to the Mouse House. I don't know. Is there a place where you can jump over the rails, jump over the turnstile, maybe hide behind a bush, drop a deuce, and get back in line?
Well, that's what I was wondering. Yeah, that's what I was wondering if somebody was there putting extra fertilizer on the shrubbery or something there. What's going on down there, Your Honor? Anyway, I guess we got to let it go with that, and we'll go back and look for more of them Edison motor trucks there. Maybe that's the way of the future there, that Edison motor, and I don't know. As far as which way we're going with the election, I think we're headed down the big drain hole there pretty quick. So we might all be going to the big house sooner than later there. The whole world might be going here the way things are looking. You know what I mean? But anyway, so with that, hey. Happy Hump Day. We'll see what we can do tomorrow.
All right. I'm glad you were able to finally sneak in there. Hey, Mike. Yes, that's going to close things out for our Hump Day here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. And yes, thank you so much for joining us. We'll get updates. I'm kind of curious how things unfold. The latest out of Pennsylvania, where they had some issues with some of these voting machines on Election Day. Yeah, we'll get more. The latest coming up as we roll into a Thursday. Hope you'll join us at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. it's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah.